I literally just turned the volume down on that as it was happening. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that everybody just got blasted. Yeah, if you weren't awake, you might be now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Project Dark Fox, Datron Voltari, of course, the warrior of the land whose primary export and import, weirdly, don't ask me to explain that one, I'm not an economist, is in fact penis. How you doing today, man? 11 months of that fucking tier 3 sub. Oh my god, dude. Oh my, dude, that your support means so much. Penis Land Warrior is a very old friend of mine. We've known each other, I think at this point, most of our lives in one way or another. We have a competitive and comparative advantage in penis. Now that's economics talk right there. That's talking bigwig economics. Oh, Coral with the tier 2 sub on a 12-month streak, once more into the breach. It is interesting that you're hitting that today. Oh, Coral, first of all, thank you so much, man. It means so much. Today's been an interesting day. Sorry that we're getting started off a little bit late. I'm gonna try not to dwell here too long. We're gonna move right on into doing some painting and see if we can't get to the storm report at the same time. Ryan Ironwolf, good to see you. Roland painted. That's exciting. What'd you paint, Roland? Hang on, let me grab a glasses cleaner. My glasses are all smudgy. I love these little lens wipes that I use because I get looks for them every time I pull them out. Every time I go to clean my glasses, I pull them out like this, and someone's like, "Did you just pull out a condom?" I'm like, "No, I'm cleaning my glasses." Yeah. Not so much. Well, I was not so much about you, Coral, as your remark. 12 months, 1 year. I realize that we've already had our 1 year streamiversary, but you know, it's still sort of coalescing. It's still fresh. I was on a conference call, not a conference call, really just a call today with Alex from Steel Warrior Studios, and we were talking about, well, okay, it's been about a year. It's been over a year that we've been working together, Thunderhead and Steel Warrior. But it's been about a year since this whole everything kicked off. So we were talking about, okay, where were we a year ago? What's happened since then? Where are we now? And most importantly, really, where do we really want to be in a year? What do we want to be working on? What do we want to have done? Where's this going? You know? It was a good conversation. I think each of us were, on some level, kind of waiting for the other one to break. Each of us were like, well, I'd like to do this, and I'd like to do that, and these are, you know, my goals and everything, and we're both kind of like, okay, who's gonna be like, I want to give up first? Who's gonna be like, I'm kind of tired first? It just never happened. You know, plans are plans, and plans rarely come to fruition in the sense that you imagine them when you make them, but they are one of the only real ways, the only real roadmaps that you can follow to. This isn't a good metaphor. This is a bad metaphor. Let me stop it before I get any deeper into it. Let me put it this way: no plan survives contact with the enemy. This is a phrase that many of us are familiar with. But at the same time, if you have no plan at all, you're just gonna stand in one place and pick your nose or shoot snot rockets or whatever it is that I don't know why everything I say is focused on boogers exactly. I wouldn't read too much into that. But we've got plans, and it's going to be an interesting year, I think, is what I'm trying to get across. And, oh, Coral, you've been here, like, for the whole thing so far, man. The whole damn thing. So's Roland. So have a lot of you. So's really Data Nerd, so's Datron Voltari, so's Project Dark Fox. So's Penis Land Warrior over here doing the homework for his MBA. Still 6 months to go on that shit, man. I'm not tired. I mean, I'm a little tired, like, right now, but I'm not, like, tired in the grand sense. We got much more to go. But having you guys here, having you guys with me, having your excitement in those moments when I'm like, does anybody really give a shit? And I can be like, oh, look, there's some people. They give a shit. What do you know? Ain't that cool? It is. It is, O'Coral. But thank you for being here. Thank each and every one of you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting not just me. Thank you for supporting this community. Thank you for supporting Steel Warrior Studios. Thank you for supporting us this whole year. And, it's going to be an interesting year. I don't want to get too much into specifics on anything because I feel like that's counterproductive. But it is going to be an interesting year. Yeah, Penis Land Warrior, it's true, supports me individually. No, well, let's be fair. You made that clear the first time you subbed to this channel. The first time you subbed to this channel. And you haven't changed your line. And I appreciate that, man. That honestly, that means a lot because here's the thing. You know me. You've known me a long time. You know... I'm not gonna read that out loud. I have my limits. I have my dignity. What's left of it, more or less. There's some things I will not do. But it's true. You've known me for a long time. You know my attitudes. You know my ways, you know my foibles, you know my quirks, and you still choose to invest in me. And that means a lot, dude, and I really appreciate it. And as all this bullshit from 2020 fucking winds down, and we find ourselves more and more like, I'm gonna get out of the fucking house and see some people. Let's make that shit happen, dude. Because your brother has been doing some fucking amazing stuff with 3D printing and cosplay, and I want to sit down in a room with the number of years that it's been, you, me, him, and just bullshit about some of the nerdiest fabrication nonsense we possibly can. That sounds like a good evening to me. Wolfen Spawn on the 11-month streak, getting close to that 1-year mark. Up for viewers sending you stuff that depends entirely on what it is, Wolfen Spawn. Entirely on what it is. I do not accept severed human extremities. I do not accept most forms of drug paraphernalia. I do not accept any depictions of full frontal nudity. But as long as it doesn't fall into those 3 categories, I'm pretty permissive. I've never been to Star Wars Celebration. I've never been to... Ooh, yes! Ooh, yeah, fuck yeah, Wolfen's... Dude, yes! Foods from far-flung and culturally exciting parts of the world, like Australia, which I guess isn't really that culturally... no offense, it's just like, that's the bastion of, people very much like me that just happens to be on the other side of the planet, but... No, I'd be totally down for that. I'd absolutely be down for that. Like, what do you guys have for, like, snack foods? You know, throw in like some salty, crunchy snacks, throw in some sweet snacks, something like that. Whatever it is you guys are getting up to down there, because the brand differences are always funny to me. It's like I always try to keep a bead on what snack foods they have in Britain, but those people eat some crazy shit, man. Beware the Vegemite. Yeah, Vegemite is like it's like what's the stuff? It's very much like something that we have here that goes by another name, and I don't like that either. It's just, it's suffering. See, you gotta have it on toast. I've had it on toast. I've had... What's the one? What's the one we have here? Look, if you send me Vegemite, I will take some and I will put some on some toast and I will eat it. I've had Marmite. Okay, yeah, that's it. I've had Marmite. I didn't like it. I did not like it. Sumatho on the 10-month. Holy crap, we got some big numbers tonight. We have had 12. We have had 11. We have had 10. We've had, well, I mean, those are the 3. Those are the 3 we've had. I made it sound like I was going to say more numbers, but I realized we were only going to get to the 3. But they're big numbers. They're exciting numbers, guys. I know I'm excited. I hope you are too. Hope all is well and everyone is doing okay. We are. We are for the most part. Again, sorry we're starting late tonight. You know, let's do the Costco shop on Sunday, she said. It'll be fast, she said. I'll tell you what, though, I got supplies now, and that's what matters. Nutella and Marmite have nothing to do with... No, God. If Vegemite tasted like Nutella, I'd be like, send me a jar of it and a spoon. And that's gonna be my weekend. That's gonna be my whole weekend. Project Dark Fox. Dude, take some time. Dark Fox. Go lay down with like... Take a paper... not a paper towel. Take like a washcloth. Soak it in some water. Lay it over your forehead and your eyes. And just... relax. Put on some whale song. You know? We'll get you started. We'll get you started, chat. Alright, you with me? We're gonna soothe Project Dark Fox to sleep. You ready? Okay, no, we're not, you know... It seemed like a better idea when I wasn't actually doing it. Now I'm hearing the problem, though. I don't think that's gonna work. And we've returned to Dead Space 3. We need to open this door. Yeah, that was a good time. Oh, Steiner Miniatures. Wanted to see if you would join me in playing some Star Wars Battlefront 2 sometime. Keep forgetting to ask. Well, I mean, I got it for free now. So before I would have been like... If you'd asked me that before they gave it away for free, Steiner, I would have had like an anti-EA, anti-Star Wars rant, like fired up, and I'd be like, fucking Steiner trying to get me to give money to EA. Why don't you just buy some loot boxes, bro? Why don't we do some online child gambling? But now that it's free, my response is much more to the effect of, yeah, man, that sounds fun. Let's do that. I'm down, as it were. Thank you so much for getting that shout out in, Project Dark Fox. Kursala's got some things to do, but we'll be back in a bit. Kursala, always a pleasure to see you. How you doing tonight, by the way, Data Nerd? Costco can be a quick trip. It's possible to do a quick Costco trip. You gotta know what you're going in for. You gotta have a fucking straight plan. You gotta, like a two-man team, and you know what you're going for. You've been to that Costco before. You know what's on what shelf. You're like, all right, coffee. The coffee pods are on the opposite side of the store from the regular coffee, so I'll get the coffee pods, you get the coffee filters. Don't get coffee filters, we use pods. Never mind, this is a bad plan. Cold compress, go get some ice, be back. And like, Dark Fox, you don't have to be here, man. Like, if you want to be here, that's fucking awesome. Don't think that just because you are one of my incredible volunteer mods that you have any obligation to be here. You absolutely do not. We're gonna work a little bit on Iron Man today for Marvel Crisis Protocol. Well, that's just sound. That's. You had me at 20 minutes, and then I saw the $50 and Kursala. You're lying. That's ridiculous. I don't think that's possible. Like, you didn't stop to grab the industrial-sized thing of peanut M&Ms? What's wrong with you? Wolf and Spawn, I look forward to seeing that photo, man. How you doing today, Samuel White? Also good to see you, to Square. Marmite makes a good bouillon alternative. I could see that. I could see taking Marmite and, like, turning it into a soup. Or something like that. Like, I would buy that. Or, like, maybe even a tea. Like, it could be a nice savory, you know? Yeah. Sometimes, though, I'll take beef bouillon and I'll just make, like a mug. Like a mug of beef broth. And that's just what I'm drinking. I don't know, White Wolf. We're trying to find things to do with the Marmite that doesn't involve me eating it directly because I'm a little bit scared of it. I fear these strange foods. Send me something from New Zealand. You guys are there like candies that are manufactured specifically in New Zealand that they're known for? Could you put something like that in the package? Because I'd eat that. Like a little taste of Middle Earth, you know? Miles Paints Minis. Need you, yeah, the 150 hot dog. Dude, I was so down with the 150 hot dog when it was they did the Polish sausages, you know? They've switched to the just beef franks. I gotta say, they're not as good. They're not as good. It's not that they're bad. And if they had started with the beef franks, I probably would never complain. But they started with the Polish sausages, which were just a little spicier, you know? They gave me that. They give you those burps that are like fucking room clearers, where you're just like, oh, what did I do? What is wrong with me? You don't regret it though, because it's so good and it only costs you $1.50. Feed it to someone else. Now you're thinking around the problem, Data Nerd. Welcome back, Dark Fox. Alright, we're gonna see if the volume on the transition is better now. We're the Gamers has only come in less than $50 on Sam Runs when you were shopping for a game store. I think you were mostly just buying like, oh man. You know, I still think of those days. I mean, like, it was that long ago. It was a couple years ago. Hanging around the GameStop every time I'll sometimes buy the flats they got of the green tea. You know, with the honey in it. I can't remember the name of it now. The Arizona teas with the... Fuck, now my brain isn't working. You know the ones I'm talking about, though. They're delicious. They're delicious in the cans. Let's see if the volume blasts everybody's tits off or if I fixed it. Still really loud. It was still really loud. God damn it. Alright, bear with me for a second. We're gonna fix this. We're gonna fix this, guys. It's gonna come in one more time. I'm gonna lower the volume, and then it'll be fixed from now on, and I apologize. Brace yourself, here it comes. Alright, I think I turned it down. I'm gonna transition to it one more time and make sure that worked. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's better. Is the audio okay now? It's not. It's bad? Okay. Is the audio better now? I think we determined last time this happened, excuse me, that it was, for some reason, a problem with the camera input. So give me 1 second and we'll see if we can't fix that right quick. I'm going to go back over to the other one. Is the audio better now? Is it still choppy? Okay. Now? Is the audio choppy right now? It's good, okay. Yeah, something to do with the camera. It's the camera input that definitely has a problem between it occasionally freezing up and it twice now causing that audio chop problem. But, excuse me, at least we know how to fix it. Is the camera frozen? The camera shouldn't be frozen. This is the stream from now on. I didn't tell you guys. On the 1 year streamiversary, we're actually turning into a hand puppet show. We like to keep things fresh here. I'm gonna stop doing that. I don't know why. I don't know why I think I'm funny. It's not like my wife laughs at my jokes. Nobody laughs at my fucking jokes, and I just keep telling them for some reason. You cheeky fucker. You cheeky fucker. Oh, okay, so we're gonna be doing some... this Thursday, the 4th, and I think that we're going to be able to go ahead and do it on the 4th. I kind of planned for us to be able to boot it. I have one in the mail, Data Nerd, and we're going to swap the cable out. It turns out I only actually have the one HDMI to micro HDMI cable, because I don't use them for much. Shit, what was I saying? Okay, yeah. I planned it in such a way that we might be able to boot our Cyberpunk Red game as far as Sunday or even Tuesday of next week. And I planned that from the very beginning because, guys, you've played tabletop role-playing games before, right? Those of you who have know that under the best of circumstances, under the absolute best of circumstances, Arku Daki, thank you so much for those congratulations. It was a fantastic streamiversary. But it's even better to see you back. How you doing today, man? But those of you who've organized tabletop role-playing games, particularly those of you who have DM'd them in the past, know that tabletop role-playing games, it's a lot like herding cats trying to get a bunch of grown-ass nerds together in the same place or even in the same digital chat room, all doing the same thing at the same damn time, when they've got to do things like come up with stories and do role-playing and whatnot. So many I think most campaigns that have been arranged over the history of tabletop role-playing games simply have not happened. They fall apart. And so when I plan one, I plan on a certain amount of delay. I plan on a certain amount of things going... No. That's not what I'm saying, Roland. It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I think we're going right ahead on Tuesday and making it known that under the worst case scenario and the worst possible developments from here to Thursday, maybe we boot it to Sunday, probably not. I think we're good for Thursday. I'm good on my end. I'm ready to rock. It's just configuring a few other things to make sure that it works for everybody else. But my point in mentioning this is, oh my god, am I self-conscious right now. Like, I'm going forward with it. I'm fucking doing it. But, guys, I'm an asshole when I DM. I don't mean an asshole in the sense like I'm mean to my players. I think that I have a pretty good grasp on how to work with my players to create a good story. I mean, I'm an asshole in the sense like I'm gonna do accents that I don't do well. There's a character who has an accent that I don't do well, but I'm going to do it. And, normally... Normally, I do that in, the privacy of a basement somewhere for like 3 people who probably aren't gonna judge me. I'm not saying we're not gonna do it. We're gonna do it. I haven't done... I don't know. I love the idea of streaming it. It definitely pushes what is already a bit of a performance art a little further into more of a performance art, and I haven't performed in years. In years and years I haven't performed. So it'll be fun. It'll be fun. I'm not really like worried about it. Like I don't really. I figure the worst case scenario, if it comes out really bad and my voice breaks or something like that, like fucking whatever, it's still
Here
fun.
at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
That's definitely the process we're going to be engaging in. And I don't mean to set people's... I'm not trying to like set people's expectations low or anything like that. I do just remind people, like, we're going into this raw. We're going in raw. We are not a well-oiled role-playing machine. We are some streamers and some people who like role-playing games, many of us who have not played in a while, and one dude who always gets stuck DMing, who's DMing again, who hasn't done it in years, and it'll be interesting. It will be... That is the one thing I can promise. It will be interesting. We're raw dogging it. There you go. Hang on, I want to pull up my reference photo I got for how I want to do my Iron Man here.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely.
I do.
Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
No, you can't make me. You can't make me. I gotta get Iron Man actually put onto the base so I can paint him here. Which, I think, what I'm actually gonna do... I'm going to glue him to one of my Battletech hex bases with a washer and then stick him to the magnetic plug that I made last time for the war grip, because that is the fastest way to get him painting. I'm going to pry myself. I just printed out myself a bunch of new Battletech hex bases. And in fact, I'll go ahead and do a few of these and glue down some of my new blockheads while we're at it. Heyo, Steel Warrior Studio, good to see you. Holy shit, we got a raid coming in hot. Hide your wife. Hide your kids, because they raiding everybody up in here. 40k, epic narrator. How are we doing tonight, my friend? Welcome in, raiders. Welcome to Thunderhead Studio. We're just getting ready to put a little paint down on Iron Man, and then in a little while, we're going to be doing a little bit of a showcase where we take a look at some one-brush challenges people have been painting this month. That is to say, models people have painted with only a single brush. and that should be a fun time. How you doing, by the way, Puck Duncher? I see you there. I see you there. For one very particular reason, Puck Duncher, and that is that I very much like the top surface to be ironed. And this is one of the few cases where I go ahead and I use supports because I like this surface to be extra rough since I'm gluing to it, and this surface to be extra smooth. So it irons the top, and then the supports leave the bottom kind of rough. And it's so little support material, it doesn't really matter. Let me see, I got how many blockheads I'm gluing down. 1, 2, 3. I've been running off all my various configurations of blockhead to make sure that absolutely everything, print them on glass, they'll be smooth. You know what? It's probably true. Why are you printing things in ways that need supports? That's the real question. Okay, fine, you might have a point. Hey, Vergatarum, good to see you, man. Nobody did their Calgar, so I've been doing bad things to him. Oh, poor Marnia's Calgar. Like, that dude hasn't had it bad enough. He doesn't even get to be, like, King Dingaling of the Ultramarines anymore ever since fucking Rowboat Girly Man woke up. It's over for Calgar. It's sad. That's very, very sad. Jigs, hobby and game. Well, thanks for stopping in. At any rate, you have a fantastic night, man. Look. You know why? Is because I built this particular, like, the G-code file that I used to print my hex bases, I did, like, 6 months ago, and I literally haven't changed it one fucking time. I just put in the same memory card, and I hit print. That's why, okay? That's the real reason. If you must know. Anyway. So, yeah, I'm putting down a couple of these blockheads, and I'm hoping to actually get some of these painted here in the near future. But I got two of the config. Excuse me, my throat's a little dry tonight. 2 of the configurations done. I've had some small problems with the other ones, so I've reprinted them a few times. Ooh, that's gonna be a fun time, isn't it? I gotta have some tea. But all in all, these prints have come out pretty nice. I'm running off a series of the ones with the medium laser, large laser on the arm, which I've got a few here I'm about to glue down. Because I'd like to paint some of those up for my... I want to revisit my Merrick First Free Worlds Guard. Every time I go over and I look at Vergatarung's Merrick Militia, I'm like, man, I gotta paint some of them purple chickens. How was your stream, by the way? 40k Epic Narrator. So weird seeing the Wolverine's face, right? It's the classic, man. It's the blockhead. And I might as well do a quick compare. Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Gas, gas, gas. Oh god, I just pulled my headphones out. What am I doing? What's wrong with me? Oh no, it's all coming apart. Fine, I'll drink some water. How about that? Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, there was another one. Okay, fine. One more. That was 3 worth. It was 3 worth. It was 3 whole chugs. Ugh. Oh god, not water. Yes, well thank you for that. I appreciate it. I wanted to go longer, but the camera was clonking out. Forgot to charge it before the stream. At least I'm not the only person who forgets to do important things before they stream. You're in good company. I'm in good company. More accurately. Well, thank you very much for the raid, 40k Epic Narrator. It is always, always a pleasure to know that you're over there, painting your old hammer and thinking of me. Means the world. So let's glue down some washers. We're going to be working a little bit on Marvel Crisis Protocol's Iron Man today. After I do a wee little bit of gluing. Where are my washers at? There they are. New hammer to... Oh, you're working on a fresher, newer Marnia's Calgar? I'll have to stop in and see what you were working on. I've had a busy day. I see you there, by the way, Steel Warrior Studios. How you doing, man? Honestly, these pressure fit so snugly that they don't need any glue, but I put glue in anyway because, as I've said, anything, anything worth doing is worth overdoing. Now time for the age-old question, what colors to paint Tau? Tan, if the various codices are to be believed,
Warning.
Puckduncher.
Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
I got something caught in my throat. Eventually I'll clear it. Snow here in Pennsylvania means being stuck in the apartment for days. Yowza. It's a bit rough, isn't it? Are those plain washers? These are just plain washers, WJ. I don't really like to have magnets on the bases of my minis because that means they'll stick to any metal surface. I would rather them stick to very particular metal surfaces if they're going to stick at all. The primary purpose is just to weight them down. I don't think we've seen the finished version of the one you're printing now. You haven't. This is a new one. This is actually the first tester for this one. Lame. Alright, Puckduncher. Alright, let's work on this. What color to paint Tau? You know what? I got one for you. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna decide together. You in on this, chat? We're gonna decide together. I got my color wheel here. And as an indicator, I'm going to use the adding black. Alright? I'm not going to look. I'm just going to spin it. Y'all are going to tell me when to stop. Okay? So here we go. Shout out in chat, when to stop, Puckduncher. And away we go. Well, Puckduncher has to say it. If I can keep spinning it. I will eventually just stop regardless. I don't have enough friction on my finger. It turns out I'm bad at spinning. Okay. Puckduncher, red, orange. You're gonna have rusty looking Tau. Rust colored Tau. Now if we're going for a triad, you're probably gonna be looking at red, orange, and then blue, violet, and yellow, green as the three primary colors that you can use. I think that's a pretty good division right there. You like it? You like it, Puckduncher? You gonna go with that? I think that's as good a way to pick colors as any other. As it turns out, I'm bad at spinning my color wheel. It's the first time we've done it, you know? I literally don't think I've ever done that before. I like this idea, just random bullshit. I mean, yeah, it's as effective as any other method. Alright, let's glue down Iron Man for starters. Ever made a Hawaiian shirt pattern mini just for the laughs? God, that's not laughs, that's work. I have to paint little fucking, like, Tommy Bahama flowers and whatnot. I think the closest I've done is Project Dark Fox's Mech Redemption. Gluing down Iron Man to a hex base, because we're totally going to use him in Battletech. Totally going to do it. What up, playa? How we doing, Colonel Matthew Steiner? How you doing today? New 1,000 point redemption. Thunderhead chooses your color scheme. Technically, I do already have that as a point redemption. Guys, my channel points are, they're a mess. We started off with the redemptions, and I haven't accepted a new one for a little while, which is, silly of me. And I don't have many other good options in there. It's something that I definitely, as a streamer, need to address at some point. But just so you know, I am aware that they're a mess. It's not that I don't know, I'm just very, very ashamed of it. WJ, thank you so much for the reminder. I actually do appreciate that one because I let my lumbar support slide a lot. of the time. That was, in fact, December. That was a month ago. Oh, you guys. Yous guys always expected me to do stuff. 1 million points for VIP, easy fig. Yeah, 1 million points. I'll put a stupid little icon next to your name. How about that? Can't you just splotch the flowers on? They're so small, it's hard to... I mean, yeah, ultimately that's what you would do, WJ, is you'd splotch them on, then you'd sketch in a couple little details, for the most part. Going into ZBrush for some deep, focused work. We'll be back for the Storm Report. Glad to hear it, We're the Gamers, because this whole thing was your fucking idea, man. Oh, man. I like how this version of the Wolverine came out. This is the funny little laser rifle that Project Dark Fox designed for me. It actually came out pretty good. You can't really see it because it's just in bare resin right now, but when we get some paint down, you'll get a better idea for what it looks like. These are the ones I'm going to do up as the first Free Worlds Guard, because apparently Merrick used this version with the large and medium laser on the right arm quite a lot. I am going to have some... I'm planning to have some fun ways for y'all to use your channel points this Thursday for the Cyberpunk Red stream, which, again, may or may not be a total disaster. We'll find out when we get there. Just for little stuff, like being able to modify roles or instigate events. We'll probably start it off slow, just to see how it goes. This is one of those things where, you know, this Thursday is kind of a tester. Test in the water, see if everybody has fun, see if chat has a good time, see if it runs smoothly. If everybody has fun, we'll probably do more of it. What about the left arm? I probably do White Wolf. My brain, I don't brain good. Another redemption above. Oh, I missed it. Things happen very quickly sometimes. Let's take a closer look. I just want a close-up of your minis, if anything. Maybe I guess suggest how to get back into things when you're struggling because you hate the year so damn... Wait, what are you saying, WJ? Want a close-up of which mini? Suggest how to get back into things when you're struggling because of how you hate the... Oh, okay, now it makes sense upon a second reading. It makes sense upon a second reading. How to get back into painting when 2020 has kicked you in the nuts repeatedly with an iron boot, and it feels like your heart has been dropped into a boiling bucket of tears. Is that what you're saying? You'd like to see some of my minis? Well, let's take a look real quick at where I am on Captain Marvel then. I feel you, WJ. This year's been fucking hard on everybody. You gotta find your passion, man. You can't... What helps me is not dwelling on the things I said I was going to do in regards to painting the old projects. Sometimes you can get really, really revitalized looking at old projects. Sometimes you'll find that passion and that urge to get back into it. But what really gets me going, what really gets the creative juices flowing are new projects. Pick something new, man. Find something new. Find a new game. Find a new genre. Pick up something you've never played before. Try a style of game you haven't played before. Try something easy. Pick up Frostgrave, you know? Frostgrave, you can buy yourself a box of dudes and slap down a little bit of dry brushing on them and you know, start a campaign. Paint one wizard that you like the look of. Paint one wizard's apprentice that you kind of like the look of. Paint up some random villager assholes with clubs and pitchforks. And, start playing. Start finding treasures. I actually am pretty happy with how Spider-Man ultimately came out. I still need to bring the black down a little bit. It's very white-gray. Find something that excites you. I hate to suggest retail therapy as a way to solve your problems. I hate to say, go buy things. That's not really what I'm saying, but look at some games that you haven't played and keep looking until you find a mini that's just like, yeah, that's the one. Or pick something that's fucking easy to paint. Something you don't care about that much. Sometimes that can help. Pick up, like the starter box for Beyond the Gates of Antares, you know? Assemble yourself some random Algoran soldier dudes, dry brush them red, do a couple of green details, put them on the board, and just play the game. Roll the dice, have some fun, use your imagination, man. Try to remember what it is that got you into miniatures in the first place, because that's what we're ultimately trying to do here, isn't it? It's trying to recapture those amazing times that we had when we were kids, when our imaginations were so vibrant and so fresh and so. It was partially Steel Warrior Studios' fault, but I was content to blame other things. Let's take a look here real quick at the comparison between these two mechs, because I wanna. My Wolverine actually came in a little bit shorter than the official Wolverine. Is that right? That shouldn't be. Whoops. Okay. I forgot to resize one of these files. I'm gonna have to address that after the stream. I was like, that shouldn't be the case. Whoopsie daisy. Okay. Well, we've noticed that now. Is that the only one I did that with? Let me check. Fuck! Yeah, the other ones are all the right size.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Alright. Whoopsie daisy. I'm glad that I did the comparison, though. Alright, so it's not the exact same pose, but we can go ahead and compare the current Battletech Wolverine. The M-Laser is also on the right arm. I swear to God, Vergaderung, I don't know where you're getting your TROs. And here we have the current plastic Battletech Wolverine.
Of coal gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Just for size comparison purposes. I did dial it in, I think, fairly close. I think a little bit smaller, maybe. In some ways, the proportions are a little bit different. But all in all, the blockhead is pretty well scaled with the current 55-tonners for Battletech. Newest version from the Succession. Oh, it's one that I haven't actually done. Okay. There you go, WJ. If the Dougram designs inspire you even a little bit, fucking print some out and paint them. Or get somebody else to print them out. And throw some paint down. Do like the classic schemes. Do the classic federal schemes. You know, by the way, Steel Rebel, I saw you in there. Glad one Wolverine is prepared to go snorkeling. Yeah, the scuba mechs. I can't explain. I cannot explain the tubing, the hoses. But the artist apparently liked them, so they wound up on a whole lot of mechs. I would, in the case of at least the blockhead, I would argue that my blockhead is much more accurate to the original cartoon than the unseen Wolverine model that exists. Scuba Steve, damn you! Steel Rebel, thank you so much for coming in. By the way, I saw ya pop in there and say hi. Could we get a shout out? Pretty please. For Steel Rebel, a very, very talented painter in Japan. Yeah, I got that right this time? I think that's what you were talking about last night. I was half listening. I was mostly lurking. Paints very, very late at night, different time zone, works with a lot of oils, very entertaining to watch, very talented, very willing to talk through her process as she goes. Haha! I knew I'd get it right eventually. Thank you so much for that shout out, Project Dark Fox. Let's get Iron Man stuck down and start throwing some paint down on him, why don't we? Bloop. Just like so. Glue him to his base later. but I didn't know about Dougram back then. Then you know what? You know what? Sit down and watch. You know, that's something you can do. That's something you can do right there, WJ. Get yourself some prints of the Dougram mechs that I've got right now. The Vergaderung, it's going to be... I'm still going through the printing proof process for all the different variants, but then I'm going to pick out 4 of them and paint them in the classic red scheme from the cartoon, and then I'm going to take 2 of the ones with the lasers and do them as first Free Worlds Guard. I don't want to put a date on it, but I'm going to say soon. I'm going to wave my hands in the air as I say it. I want to get at least 1 lance of them done, though, so that I have a picture of them to put up for the Thingiverse listing. But that's something you should consider doing, WJ. Print out the Dougram mechs that are up on Thingiverse, sit down on YouTube, watch Dougram, and paint some mechs. Just paint the colors you see on the screen. Enjoy the story. White Wolf, thank you so much for the lurk. Lordy Lord. Alright, so I'm doing something different on Iron Man than I did last time. Last time I went with more of the... I think it's Mark 7 armored look. And today I'm going with what I believe is the Mark 6. Yeah, Mark 6 is the color scheme that I want to go with, as far as the movie suits go. Which I know he had the triangular arc reactor thing. But I also don't care. It's mostly the fact that the Mark 6's arrangement of red and gold is more like the classic arrangement of red and gold on the original old Iron Man comic book. Pull out my Game Envy brush, which I've actually been quite liking. It's a really good brush. And we're gonna start real low tonight. Scuba Stan! We were just talking about you, man. We weren't really. There was a Scuba Steve joke in there, though, somewhere. I am Archer. How you doing today, man? Steeler Rebel, I hope you had a good rest of the stream last night. I wasn't able to stick around too late. You are... I do love when you come on, because it's usually I'm up like super duper late at night and I'm working on something, and having someone painting at that time of night is good for my brain. A little Vallejo smoke and a little heavy ochre, and see if I can't get a good dark base for my gold here. And then we'll work on some red, and then a little bit of silver. Don't dip your brush in the Coca-Cola that you're drinking. That be ill-advised. Oh my god, it's Walter's word. Didn't I ban you? I would have sworn. I would have sworn. Walter's Workshop, how you doing today, man? Good to see ya. WJ, I'm just glad that I could help you a little bit, man. That feeling that you're going through right now, that ennui, the existential nightmare of painting. God, I feel it, dude. I feel it. You're not alone. And the most important thing to remember, it will end. It will come to an end. Eventually, the block will clear and there will be something that you want to paint, and it will flow smoothly. Once more, you just have to believe and you have to give it some time, my friend. I'm just mixing myself up a gold base here. Walter's Workshop, it is good to see. I just want to be pure. We only eat safe foods from now on. Coconuts, oranges. And we'll play some games, so nobody goes nuts or nothing. Is the printer real-time Scuba Stand? It absolutely is. Yeah, that's going on. Like, if I was a little bit more like Mr. Fantastic and I could stretch my arm like 2 feet, I'd be touching it right now.
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs, so I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
By the way, the person who plays that sound file on the day that it actually happens and my 3D printer then proceeds to break, you're buying me a new one. You're buying me a new one, because it'll be your fault. It's all fun and games till Thunderhead's 3D printer fucking breaks. Oh, I'm glad you like it, Scuba Stan. I continue to find 3D printers fairly hypnotic. Don't mind me, I'm just over here mixing paints. I've been
Welcome
thinking...
back to 50 Shades of Cold Gray.
This is my favorite
Chapter
book.
2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me
Spewing
across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment
Alight.
as he cleans his brush.
Weird. Oh, lordy, lordy, lord.
Welcome
are
back
you, though,
to 50
Walter's
Shades
Workshop?
of
God
Cold
damn it.
Gray, Chapter 4.
Why do I do this to
Thunderhead
myself?
slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. Oh, I suppose I need more paint, he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
In agony. Alright, the hip and crack.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Gray, Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held two brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for two brushes, one paint pot.
Where the hell does Chaotic Harmony get this crap? I mean, honestly. What? Filming TikToks and it makes you feel a million years old, my god. TikTok? How far the Walter has
paint on
fallen.
the wall, 99 bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
Spending the weekend catching up on life that full-time work has robbed me of. I'm glad somebody is. I'm gonna be out of town. I'm gonna be out of town for a little bit in February. We're gonna miss about 3 streams around the weekend of the 20th. Because I'm gonna be up in the mountains, and I'm gonna be taking a little bit of time where I'm just like, and this is the part of my life where I turn off all access that I normally have to social media and think about literally nothing but what I'm doing right now, because let me tell you, I need some of that. I need some of that right now. I just want to be cool and hip. I just want people to like me. You are, though, Walter's Workshop. Walter, you are cool, and pretty soon you'll probably have to have your hip replaced, and then you'll be hip. That's what they mean when they say that, right? I'm pretty sure it is. It seems right. Aw, WJ, I like you too. Thank you. Gotta sit down and watch The Expanse Season 5. It's not all out yet to Square. There's a lot of it, and what there is so far is definitely worth watching, I can say that much. If I can do it now, anyone can. I'd watch androids throwing axes. Actually, no, as soon as I say that out loud, I realize that'd probably be kind of boring. In reality. It's one of those things that sounds cool, but just isn't, really. I'm glad you got some time for yourself, though, Walter's Workshop. The life of a streamer has, strangely, many demands in it. What do the backs of his knees look like? Alright, there's silver. The knees are silver, there's a little silver detail, and then there's silver on the biceps. Okay. That's easy enough. Ban was struck. Oh, are we talking about Chaotic Harmony? Yeah, that's been a whole thing. It seems like it's calming down at long last, though. Some people got a little worked up over the course of the Dev Hunt event on MechWarrior Online. But they seem to be chilling out now. Hey, Hibsarts! How you doing today? I always wanted to make a sports show called Robots vs. Raptors. Legit just small drones racing and trying not to get taken out by birds of prey. Ooh, would you put like bits of meat on the drones? I feel like, you know, that event would last exactly as long as it took one of the birds to get hurt, and then it would stop being fun immediately. Like, all at once. And how bad of an idea it always was would suddenly become clear to all participants and sponsors. They'd be like, oh, yeah. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. Though the ban conversation was asking if TikTok was banned in the US or not. Oh, okay. I hear ban, I just assumed somebody banned Chaotic Harmony. I already started training hawks to hunt small drones. Oof. It seems dangerous. Hey, Riot Sister.
Hello there.
How you doing today, Riot Sister? Good to have you. Welcome in.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
It's true, you will. It's not as fun as it sounds. Just laying down my base coats. Hang on a second. Left a little bit of a rough spot there. This is obviously one of the worst times to clean it up, but it's probably the best time I'm gonna have. Looks like just some random bits of debris I don't want to get painted in. These models are a surprising pain to build. They're very, very detailed. They have really, really tight joins. But, man, they come in a lot of parts. Yeah, I can work with that. Yeah, I'd be interested to know about this left arm laser Wolverine, because at least the variants that I went with, all the TROs said pretty much all their weapons were located in the right arm. Same thing for the Succession Wars mech sheets. Alright, and then the arms down over the elbows are all gonna be gold. Except the biceps, so really not that much gold on the arm, just some. And then the back of the arm and the elbow will get some gold at the very least. I'm going to continue to try doing non-metallic metal on these figures since it's what I started doing. Still not very good at it, but, you know, if you want to be good at something, you got to fuck it up a bunch first, right? Isn't that what they say? That sweet, sweet iron booty. I'm sure Tony would love to hear that, cat. He'd be just enthralled. Oops. That don't matter. It don't matter. None of this matters. It's true, Cap does have a glorious ass. If anything, I'm a little disappointed that the sculpt didn't focus more on Captain America's ass. It's an okay ass. It could have been a better ass. I'm just confirming that my color locations are mostly accurate for what it is that I'm trying to do. And yeah, that's there on the arms, and then the faceplate, and then the rest is going to be red and some silver. Oh, we might as well go ahead and slather down the faceplate a little bit here. And these are just base tones, establishing really more of a mid-tone, because my shadows are going to go deeper and my highlights are going to come much, much higher, but I'm going to want to put them on just a little bit at a time. Oh, almost switched my brush and my drink again there. Because I'm SMRT. Cap's ass is enhanced by science. Yeah, Tony just bought his ass. Cap's ass is chemically grown in a fucking laboratory. What did he say in Civil War? The best part of you came out of a bottle? That's mean, man. It's mean. How you doing today, Shock 21? How's the 3D printing life treating you? Alright, let's choose a nice, deep red to start with. Something that I'm gonna shade even further. I think I'm gonna go with Dragon Red. It's vivid but dark. My other choice is Red Leather, but it's kinda desaturated for as dark as it is. Printing is moving along. Just downloaded the Ultimaker software. Yeah, Cura is pretty solid. People complain about Cura, but that's one of the things. Like, everybody complains about Cura. But everybody complains about it because everybody uses it, and everybody uses it for a reason. It's a perfectly fine software, honestly. I'm gonna hit this, since it's my deepest red, with just a touch of black. Well, no, I'm gonna save that for the shadows. This is my base. Gotta remember that. Give myself somewhere to go. I respect your respect. Always good to see chat getting along. How have your one brush challenges been coming, chat? We're going to be taking a look at those tonight on the Storm Report. If you have not gotten your submissions in, now is the time to do it. Go ahead and post up to 3 pictures of what you completed for the one brush challenge. Let us know what brush you ultimately chose, and I'd love to hear a little bit about your trials and tribulations. How was the challenge, ultimately? How did it treat you? Were there any unexpected problems that you ran into? Like, expected problems is one thing. I'd love to hear you talking about, I knew this was going to be hard, and it was, and this is how I overcame it. But what surprised you? What were you not expecting? I think my one brush is ready for retirement. Oh, I gave it... You worked it over that good, did you? I'm glad you had fun to square. That ultimately is the point of it. It's a challenge, but the only person doing the challenging is you, and the only person you're challenging is, of course, yourself. Ooh, that was silly. There's actually a red I'd rather use for this. I guess I still could. There's nothing really stopping me. Let me compare these two and see how I like them. Found it! Succession War. The first Succession Wars books lists the medium laser in the left arm since it contradicts all other sources and all the record sheet printing. Yeah, that would definitely be a little bit of a mistake on their part. But I appreciate you checking. Specifically, the other red that I wanted to use was this burnt red from Proacryl. You know, it's actually a little brighter than Dragon Red. I think maybe I'll use it for my first round highlights instead. Putting them down next to each other right now, I think Dragon Red is the better choice. Huh. Funny. Doing this one NMM as well, that is the plan. That is the plan, Hethrear. I'm practicing, I'm getting better. You know I've got some models I want to do in NMM that I'm not quite confident enough to do yet. I'm much more confident than I was when I started this, but I need to do a few more to really feel like I've got a grasp on it. Arcana Schism, happy with mine, learned a lot about the flow of paints and washes, how having additional brushes can make certain applications easier than with one brush. You are not wrong. Not wrong at all. Even simple differences like the size of the brush's belly can make a surprising difference when you're actually putting paint down. Silver, 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 red, red, red. Okay. Well, I hope everybody had fun with the challenge one way or the other. I gotta say, I'll be very excited to hear what Greg the Salt Miner has in mind for the next challenge, for February's challenge. I've already got my model picked out. Actually, I think maybe I want to do that in silver. Yeah, I think it's fine the way it is. Okay. Star Wars Episode... Oh. The Last Jedi, but nothing about the fight scenes. You know what? I can do this. I can do this. I believe in myself. I believe in the power of my ability to bullshit. I believe in it. You can challenge it all you want, Walter. But I believe... And what I believe is that the direction they took Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi was not the worst thing in the world. It actually had a lot of potential. And for one, I really actually liked the scene with Yoda's ghost in it, where he lit up the stump full of books, and Luke Skywalker was like, the ancient Jedi texts. I thought that it was good to see Yoda as a character coming around to realizing that the dogma of the Jedi was largely a negative influence and a big part of the reason that they fell in the first place. I don't necessarily like that Luke became as obsessed with the dogma of the Jedi that he did, but also seeing him as something less than perfect was refreshing too. He had a path that I remember remarking at the time was actually fairly reminiscent of Revan. It's something I haven't really seen talked about. I believe that he did. in the sense that he, well, his path wasn't similar to Revan. It sort of had references to Revan's path, but his realization that him imposing his will on the universe was not the path forward. Him realizing that him thinking he had a grip on things, him thinking that he was a master of the Force, and him thinking that he then had the right to teach it to other people was ultimately a negative thing. His overconfidence was his weakness, much as he told the Emperor in Return of the Jedi. And his overconfidence was, in fact, his weakness. He thought that he knew everything, and he didn't. He thought that he could guide a pained young youth with insane quantities of power. And the fact is that he couldn't. He didn't have what he needed, ultimately. He learned passivity. He learned how to remove himself from the equation. Where am I going with this, you might be answering? And the truth is, I don't know, because I don't like the movie very much, and I'm really, really stretching to come up with excuses right now. Yeah, see, Walter's Workshop, my problem with Luke in that movie has less to do with the way they portrayed Luke by himself. Like, I am perfectly fine with the downfall story for Luke, with Luke learning, like, oh, I'm not king shit, and I actually really like the idea of him committing himself to passivity and to giving himself to the ways of the living Force, to the will of the universe itself rather than his own. What I didn't like was they did that, and then they were like, yeah, but this Rey chick, she's just good at everything. She, you know that stuff that you were trying to do, Luke? That you're not good enough to do? Well, she is, because fuck you. Like, It's the kind of story where if that's what they were going to do with Luke, they needed to make the movie about him and really explore it and not have it as an afterthought to someone else's story, you know? They tried to do way, way too much, and I think that that's something everybody would probably agree on, even people who like those movies. They tried to do way, way, way too much. Way too much. The story wasn't focused on anything. Wicked Mini Painting, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. You learn a whole bunch about Yoda. Wait, what? Oh, in the Clone Wars? Yeah. Have you not watched the Clone Wars, Walter's Workshop? I'm genuinely a little jealous of the fact that you get to experience the Clone Wars for the first time. Let me share a wish of mine with you. Let me share with you something that genuinely occurs to me on a semi-regular basis. And this has to do with something I was saying to WJ earlier about how, what are we doing but trying to recapture that joy that we felt as children. And in a way that is what many of us are trying to do. I think all of us are trying to do on some level. Some of us have more or less joy and happiness and satisfaction in our current adult lives. But even those who are satisfied and joyous in their current adult lives have moments where you think back on your childhood wistfully and wish for simpler days. For that simpler understanding, that protected time when you didn't have to worry about the problems of the world and you could just have unrestrained joy for the things that excited you. That's one of my real wishes that I have sometimes, is that for properties like the Clone Wars, like Rebels, like Dread, like Pacific Rim in my particular case, I really have moments where I'm just like, man, I wish there were a way I could erase my memories of this. That I could forget everything that I know about this movie and every single time that I've watched it and just watch it that first time again. That first time. When it was so special. When it captured everything. It took my entire attention. It grabbed me by the imagination and it refused to let go. Because there's so many things that I can't recapture that with anymore. You guys hear how I complain about Star Wars? It's definitely one of those for me, where it's like, man, I wanna love it like I used to, but I don't know if I can. And yeah, Star Wars is different. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. The new movies are bad. Rose Tico's the worst, etc., etc., etc. But more than that, I'm different. You know? I've changed. Tried watching the Clone Wars cartoon movie. Oh God, Walter's Workshop, you made a terrible mistake. Fucking forget the Clone Wars cartoon movie. Watch the show, and watch it into at least season 3. It changes so much. So much. Yeah, see, Riot Sister knows. I've repeated this. You haven't changed, you're just as cynical. Okay, fair. But let me propose this to you, Penisland Warrior. Chemically speaking, my brain is no longer as capable of generating large quantities of serotonin as it was when I was young. That is a medical truth. It's not. I no longer generate or process serotonin in the same way or the same quantity as I used to. This is the nature of getting older. And so in some ways, cynical or not, that joy that I felt, I can't ever have again. You gotta make up for it. There are other pleasures as an adult that you can have, more complex, more nuanced, more acquired pleasures. But that joy, that's something you can't ever have back. He's always been dead inside. Don't let him. This is why I should try these rants when people who don't know me as well are in chat. It's true, I was dead inside even as a child. Even as a child, I hated things because they were popular. I can only lie so much. I feel like there should be some more detail on his back. I'm going to do red for now, and then I'm going to have a look and see if I can't work in some silver maybe to his spine. I think that's a good idea. What can I say? If it weren't for hating popular things, I might have no personality at all. And would you like that, really? Dude, Walter, yeah, fucking catch up on Attack on Titan. This season is crazy. This season is crazy. Yeah, that's a good question. How far behind are you in Attack on Titan? Oh my god. Oh my dear Loudy Loud. Wombat Combat coming in with the raid. How are we doing today, Wombat Combat? Thank you for getting those shoutouts in, my wonderful mod team. Random bits of debris on Iron Man for some reason here. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Wombat Combat. I hope you were having a fantastic stream. Were you painting some more Death Guard over there today? I didn't get a chance to stop in. Through Season 2, but I read the manga a ton, got up to what was current in 2016, haven't seen a thing since. Okay, what was the latest thing that you read? Well, actually, that might be spoilers for some people. I don't want you to... Let me ask you this question, Walter. In 2016, in the manga, where was the majority of the action taking place? Because that'll tell me a lot. I'm not sure where the manga was in 2016. In a cave. Okay. Okay, so yeah. Probably a story to do with Rod and Historia Rice? Yeah? If that's the case, yeah, dude, you need to get on watching that anime, because it's amazing, and a lot has happened since then. That'll be covered in Season 3. Finished my weekly cooking stream, made a chicken cordon bleu and ratatouille. Fucking fantastic. Victor Vito, it's going well. Thank you for asking. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm completely out of the Arrowverse shows at this point. They've gone in a weird direction, and I lost interest in keeping current on them. I still love Season 1 of The Flash. Ooh, that was a good season. Oh, thank you, Victor. Yeah, I like to keep it going. My printer's pretty much running 24 hours a day. Might as well have somebody watching it. Need to refresh my Dragon Red. Didn't actually put down enough. Both of my Enders 3 are fixed, White Wolf. The only one that is not operational right now is the Sunblue S8, and that's just waiting for a weekend where I've got a good 6 hours to pour into just kind of bashing my head against the Rewire project. Considering whether I want to add Direct Drive while I'm at it, while I've got it cracked open. We shall see. How does one fox a printer? This is an interesting question. Have me oh, stealing like a fox, as they say. That's not the saying. That is not the saying. I do like chicken cordon bleu. Yeah, I figured you would. I figured you would, Warrior. It's, But you know, I think of it this way. Everyone goes through this. Everyone, as they grow up, goes through this same process. Because it is chemical, because it is hormonal, because it is just related to the human body getting older. So no matter what you do, whether you're aware of it or not, it's going to happen. And would I rather just be, like, blissfully unaware of it, not thinking about it, and thinking that things are genuinely getting worse, and that I just don't enjoy them like I used to because they're awful, but I'm the same? Or would I rather be aware that I am chemically different and that I can't enjoy things the same way that I used to, and accept it, live with it, adapt to it, and choose to find new ways to enjoy things, and enjoy things for the right reasons? It's only in acceptance, and in before acceptance, understanding, that we can make it any better. And you know what? I might not ever be able to have that joy back. I might not ever be able to have that joy that I had as a kid. But there are different joys available to me now. This here, right now, me sitting here, painting these minis, chatting with you fine people, on Twitch, in the Twitchverse. Looking forward to seeing your painting challenge submissions on the Storm Report. This is a joy that I didn't have as a kid. This is a joy that I couldn't have had as a kid, not necessarily because of my age, but because a lot of this technology didn't exist. And I certainly didn't have the means, even if the technology did exist at the time. But I do now, and here we are, now, in 2021. There was, a monk. I want to say, and somebody could probably look this up and correct me, he was... God, it seems so stupid to say 13th to 15th century, because that's like a 200 to 300 year period to cover, which is insane. I can't remember, though, if he was 13th or maybe 15th century. A monk named Balthazar Gracian. And some of his writings persisted to this day. He spent a lot of time just kind of sitting out in nature and writing axioms, writing thoughts on the world, little bits of the wisdom that he perceived from his experiences. And one of the most important ones that he wrote to me, one of the ones that means the most to me, is everything is at its acme. Everything is at its acme. And essentially what this means is that nothing that is could be without what it was. 17th? Goddamn, I was way off, Crossbow Roof. It was one of them old-timey centuries. It makes sense that it was 17th, because otherwise his writings probably wouldn't have survived, but thank you for checking that. Everything is at its acme, or as it has sometimes been written, everything is at its apex. At all times. Because right now, the way things are is the only way that it ever could have been. And everything that you are right now is the culmination of everything you've been and every place you've been and every decision that you've made. This, not the future. You're not necessarily in the process of becoming. You will be something in the future. You'll be something different from what you are right now, but what you are right now is the culmination of everything you've ever been. It reminds me of the words of the poet Jim Morrison. Everything must be this way. So we have to find the good. We have to find the good in the way it is right now and not pine for the future or the past because we can't have them. It's just now. It's always now. Even the future will be now. I'm waxing something. Balthazar Gratian rolling. He's actually got some pretty great ones. When will then be now? Soon. All I'm saying, guys, really, in plain English, all I'm trying to express to you is love your life. It might not be perfect right now. You might think there were better times. You might think there will be better times. You might think this is just terrible right now, but you gotta find the parts that are worth loving. They're there. Sometimes it's about changing the way you think about things. Musings of Thunder's Head. Pondburn, I'm literally putting paint on a model as I ramble like this. You couldn't possibly ask me to be more productive. But I'm finding joy. I'm finding joy in this very moment. Finding joy in the simple acts. And you know what? I'm glad you're here to share it with me. I hope a little bit of my joy finds you too. I hope that you enjoy this as much as I do. Or even just a little bit as much as I do. Except for the actual Bob Ross stream, to be fair, which is just reruns of Bob Ross. Totally worth checking out, by the way, if you haven't. There is a Bob Ross stream here on Twitch, and it's just Bob Ross reruns, and it's amazing. You're the joy of glorbing with Thunderhead.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
That's what we're doing.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
That's what we're doing. Hang on, I gotta look at the back of Iron Man's armor here to see if I didn't miss a good spot for some color. They gotta have a picture of the back of the Mark 6 armor someplace. I feel sure he's got some gold or some silver back there. Every single picture's from the front. Come on. Show me that iron ass. Alright, it looks like he does. Yeah. He's got gold down his spine. Seems like. Yes. Oh wait, no, that's the Mark 7 armor. I don't know why I care. I can do literally anything I want. And just add colors willy-nilly. But if it's easy to find the reference picture, I'd like to just do it the way they had it.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Oh my god, my camera froze while I was looking off, too. That's wonderful. Knew it was gonna happen eventually. Get behind this philosophy shtick. I'm glad. I'm glad that you find it, you know, enriching, because I mostly just talk shit. Here we go. Yeah, he's got some gold plates down towards the bottom and then in at his spine. Maybe if I did do this in gold. Just block in my brown there. Now we're extra oof. Can't even give me the focus command. Oh god, what have we done? Oh, thank you so much, Iberben. What would I do without you? I wouldn't have any clips at all. How are you, Iberben? How's life? How's the family, man? Just a couple of gold plates on a little triangle shape back here to give a little bit more interest to the backside of old Iron Man. Alright, let's slather a bit more of this around for a second coat so that I've got something nice to work with for my highlights. Much better, thank you, Aziz. Doing good. Kiddo lost her first tooth at her first dance competition, so this whole aging and mortality vibe is resonating. Well, at least I'm not the only one feeling it. Lots of pensive time to paint for the challenge/storm report. Well, that is excellent. I'm looking forward to what you have submitted. Iberben is a remarkably talented painter. Much more talented than he has any right to be, given that he is colorblind. And yes, that occurs to me every single time I see your work. I'm like, man, I can barely do this shit, and I see apparently all colors just fine. What is this nonsense? I'm starting to think that he just claimed that because it made us feel bad for him at the game table. He'd be like, oh guys, I'm colorblind, I can't see what die you're rolling. And we'd be all like, oh, we're sorry, Iberben, we'll take care of you, buddy. It was all a game, wasn't it? You were bamboozling the lot of us. He's the fucking Kaiser Soze of the friendly local game store. Yeah, they're not They're not bones, they're more just like little stony protrusions. Not mountain stone. Made a cold, dark gray, which I think I'm going to get by just taking heavy blue-gray and putting some black in it. That's Denton falling out of her head. The long, long colorblind con of questionable returns, I might add. I don't know that you ever really got that much out of it. But it was worth a shot, wasn't it? J.C. Denton. J.C. Denton. Oh my god. I'm trying to think of a good one for that one. Something that, to the effect of, you know, you may have aluminum wire to straighten your teeth, but I've got nerves of steel. I don't know. There's something in there. There's something in there. Is that how you get them hot, Cat? You're like, I'm licking my skeleton right now. You can't see it, but I'm licking my skeleton. You like that? You like when I lick my skeleton? My spooky skeleton? Glad to be of service. It would have been better if I had, like an actual joke for J.C. Denton. I just sort of repeated the joke 2 or 3 times and then went nowhere with it. Hooty hoo, Art. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. Thank you so much for that shout out, Riot Sister Hooty hoo. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good one. I'm excited. I'm excited for Thursday, Hooty Hoo. I think we're going to have fun. I think that we've got a good group put together of people who are going to be cool about everything, and the fact that I'm absolutely going to forget rules. But we're just going to make it up. I'm glad that Hooty Hoo, I'm glad that we came together the other night over Space Dandy. Can I just say that? Jesus, how many clips? It's never a good thing when I generate a bunch of clips in one stream. It never bodes well. It's not because, like, oh, that was the time Thunderhead said a bunch of really wise, interesting things that we needed to clip. Like, you didn't clip it when I was like, let me tell you the wisdom of Balthazar Gratian. Nobody clipped that. You clipped me talking about licking my skeleton. Y'all are a bunch of weirdos. I am, though, Hooty. I'm glad that we came together over Space Dandy. Guys, I don't know if y'all have watched the anime Space Dandy. He's a dandy guy in space. It's amazing. It is one of the greatest television watching experiences I have ever had in my entire life. And if you haven't watched it, go find it and start watching it. I think they only got like the 1 season. And so that more people can spray coffee at their monitors. That's going to be the next challenge. You guys remember the Ice Bucket Challenge? Here at Thunderhead Studio, we're starting the Spit Coffee at Your Monitor Challenge. And then film yourself doing it and post it to TikTok or something. I don't know. Walter, help me out. I think there's 2. Is there? I'm asking about hip stuff, Walter. When you're doing memes and Ice Bucket Challenges, you post it on the TikToks, right? You tick the talk? I think that's what the kids are doing. Thought dandies were supposed to be classy, though, not perverts. Look, Dandy's not a pervert. Nothing about Dandy makes him a pervert. He just loves boobies. He's not predatory about it. He's not creepy. He's not weird. He just unashamedly, openly, and admittedly loves boobies and everything about them. They make his life worth living. And he's comfortable with that fact. Yes, he also sings an entire song about booty. I knew it. See, we're on the same page with so many things, Walter. Hootie Hoo Art here is another big Space Dandy fan. We gotta stick together, because you two are some of the only ones I've met. Only a matter of time before somebody shakes it up and talks before ticking, and then it's going to take off and become viral. And then everybody's going to be doing it, and then it won't be cool anymore. I can't keep up with it anymore. Everything moves too fast these days. There used to be a time when a meme would come out and you'd have weeks to get on board. That meme would be circulating for weeks to months. Now, you got hours. You got hours before everything is gonna be done. You've got like 12 hours before Bernie Sanders is fucking being put into like Attack on Titan. For Bernie Sanders is showing up in a bunch of other memes. Like, it's out of control. I don't think I have the energy for it anymore. I can't make the memes these days. I gotta just sit back and let them happen to me. These damn kids and their TikToks. Bernie piloting a mech. Ooh, that's one that hasn't been done. Bernie with a fucking with a Neuro helmet on. Somebody get on that. Give my students 1 point of extra credit for sending me Bernie me. You're contributing to the downfall of civilization. Hathrir, congratulations. Listening to the Lord of the Rings audiobooks, hell yeah. Is it your first time going through the story, Hootie? Getting the fucking robot, Bernie. Except for the Evangelion one, he was Gendo Ikari. So I think I posted that one to my personal Facebook along with something to the effect of, like, you know, getting the fucking healthcare socialism. Like, just seems like what Gendo Bernie would be saying. Another touch of red and I can start doing some highlights. Seen the movies but haven't read the books. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. So you got the general gist of the story. You'll just be able to pick up a lot more detail in the books. That's really... I'm excited for you. You know, this got me waxing fucking poetic earlier. I won't do it again. I'll just say that I am excited for you getting to experience it for the first time over again. That is exciting. You can never have those experiences back again. And a very good evening to you too, Average Painter. Yeah, that's a good place to start. The Hobbit is a nice, short story, too. It was one relatively short book compared to the 3 quite long books that comprise The Lord of the Rings. And it was written first. I think it's also important to remember, as you do that, Hootie, that The Hobbit was written without... The Hobbit. Sounds like a bootleg. I haven't seen... Like, I heard you guys talking about the Tolkien cut. I haven't seen it, Walter's Workshop. I just loathe the Hobbit movies so much that I don't even know if I want to see it. Like, I believe you when you say it's good, because generally you have some pretty solid opinions that I tend to respect. But I don't know if I care about it, like, at all. Like, I've moved on from those movies. I've accepted that they were awful, and that's just how it is. I don't need them to be saved. It's the same way that I feel about this impending Snyder cut of the Justice League. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I don't care if you did fix it. I don't care if you did somehow make it into a genuinely good movie. It doesn't matter, because what you released, what you brought to the table, what you made me pay money to see was fucking trash. And now you come to me later and you say, oh, I fixed it, it's better. Fuck you, you had your chance. No, sir, Zack. Furthermore, you're gonna tell me that Zack Snyder? Zack fucking Snyder. It is the return to his artistic vision that saved the film. Fuck you. That's ridiculous. Zack Snyder's a boob. Zack Snyder's a fucking meathead. It's like coming to me and being like, oh, the Joe Rogan cut really saved the artistic vision of this movie. Like, no, it didn't. Like, come on. Yeah, Joss Whedon ruined it by not making a dark, gritty, steamy pile of shit. Have you guys seen the poster that they just released for the Joe Rogan cut of some porn would probably work? He'd cut out all the dialogue and be like, "Yeah, this is the part we want to see. How you doing, Teal? Can we get a shout out from my boy Teal here?" Calling him a boob is an insult to boobs. You're right. I enjoy looking at boobs far more than that. What was I about to say? I don't know, it was probably something derogatory about Joe Rogan or Zack Snyder. Probably about Zack Snyder, because I don't mind Joe Rogan that much. I'm like, I can't care about Joe Rogan. Tried, it doesn't work. It's about time to start trying to work in some red highlights, methinks. Joe Rogan porn would just be monkeys, right? And he would think it was deep. He'd be like, "This is a glimpse into the human psyche, brah." That's not even really how he talks. Because men are just animals.
People don't want to admit it, but this is the truth. See that monkey? You see those bonobos banging each other? Humans would be better if we all just banged each other like a big community like bonobos. Buy my protein powder. Stay tuned for this next segment. We're gonna have some Nazis on.
I actually haven't listened to Joe Rogan in a while. Years, in fact. Yeah, let's do a little bit of red highlighting. Is this when the Bloodhound Gang shows up? Right? That's where we get our philosophy. Ponburn, you have a fantastic night. Thank you for being here. As always, good to see you. Have a good sleep. And good luck dealing with the idiots. Just, in general, in life. To everybody out there, good luck dealing with the idiots. We all have to do it sometime. I don't think that's controversial. I don't think that's controversial. Walter's Workshop. Joss Whedon is... I'll tell you what Joss Whedon does, and you summed it up right there. Right there. Firefly and Buffy were great. Television. They're great. Television. Joss Whedon knows how to make very self-aware, very entertaining television. He has no business making movies. I don't think he understands the shift in the medium. Oh my god, thank you. I don't have a problem remembering when I'm not streaming. It's all you guys' fault somehow. Alright, I'm just going to start roughly blocking out where I think some highlights should go. Joss Whedon said he would never again do any writing for a story that involves so many diverse characters with diverse backgrounds after working on Firefly. Halfway through writing The Avengers, he did a head table. Thunderhead Rogan. Guys, that's not a good bit. Don't clip the Joe Rogan bit. It was really, really dumb. It wasn't even funny. What's up, Gus Schultz? How you doing? Oh, I was gonna ask, have you guys seen the new... What's it called? It's a poster that they released for the Whedon cut of Justice League, and it's like, it by itself sums up a lot of my problem with the movie, with the whole concept, because what it is it is the Justice League logo, and it's like amidst a bunch of broken stone, and it's all broken up and crumbling. And it's like, I get the symbolism here. The Justice League is in trouble. The Justice League is falling apart. What's the problem with this? What is the problem with this, chat? I think you probably know. Never wanted to punch someone for a movie as much as when the cut at the event of the second Avengers movie before Cap said assemble. Just imagine him smug chuckling to himself, thinking he's so funny that image makes for them. Yeah, he is the master of really juvenile pathos. The problem with it is this is the first Justice League movie. This is the just exactly WJ. This is Justice League. This is supposed to be the movie where the Justice League happens, where it's a thing, where it comes together, not where it's an established thing that gets broken apart. How can that be the first thing that happens? How can you be like, guys, this is the first time the Justice League's ever going to exist. Also, it's going to come apart. Like, I think maybe you missed an act in there someplace. Yeah, DC live action, you know it's going to be bad. Guys, I want you to understand, I am a DC fan. I really am. I fucking love DC movies. Or not DC movies, sorry. I love DC heroes. I'm a The Flash guy. I'm a Shazam guy. I'm a Superman and Bats guy. And this is why it hurts me so much that these movies suck as bad as they do. Like, the Marvel movies obviously aren't fucking perfect. I have plenty of problems with the fucking Marvel movies. I think everybody has some problems with. But the thing is that there are so many Marvel movies done by so many different people that if you really don't like them, you can look a little bit further and find one that you do. There's some that have been done quite well. I mean, sure, yeah, you got Thor the Dark World, but you also got Thor Ragnarok, right? Gotta be worth something. Yeah, Wonder Woman 84 really was just like crazy bad too. The Joker, I don't know. It was a good movie, I suppose, but it was like it was the king of comedy, wasn't it? Am I wrong, or was the Joker just the king of comedy but with the Joker in it? Like it was the same movie. Oh, okay, I love Doom Patrol. I do love Doom Patrol. That show has been a lot of fun. Even if this latest season did end early thanks to, essentially, fucking COVID. No, that's perfectly fine. You don't have to like Thor Ragnarok. I don't even blame you. Thor Ragnarok, I was just having this conversation with someone last night. Like, Thor Ragnarok is a very, very watchable movie. It is very watchable. It is the best description I can give. It is fun to just sort of sit and watch. It has problems if you sit and think about it for any period of time. And my biggest problem with Thor Ragnarok is the simple question, is this the direction that we really want to go? Because since Thor Ragnarok, it seems like the answer from Marvel's perspective is, yes, everything is going in this direction. And I don't know if that's such a hot idea. It was a nice break, but they're just kind of doing that with everything now. I don't know. I don't want Taika Waititi to hit a point where I don't enjoy his work, and I fear it might happen. Because people are gonna squeeze it for every cent that it's worth. Unless Taika turns out to be some really heavy-handed artiste who's willing to sell some producers one thing and then give them another. I just don't know, guys. I don't know. I am not the fucking guru. If I was, they'd be paying me money. I'm just some nerd who knows what he likes and what he doesn't like. And while the Marvel movies may be hit or miss, they have so many more hits than they have misses. And I can't even call the DC movies hit or miss at this point. They just miss over and over and over and over again, and they miss so badly. They don't just miss. They don't just deliver things that are like, well, that wasn't really very good. They deliver things that are actively terrible. Yeah, I agree with that, Crossbow Roof. I agree with that. Dark and gritty and Superman should not be in the same sentence unless that sentence is Superman is going to go visit his dark and gritty friend Batman. Yeah, exactly. How you doing, Mikey Mike? It's good to see you. Oh, I agree with that completely to square. I think that if you're really objective with the Marvel movies and you lay them out end to end and ask yourself, which of these is just the best movie? Not the best Marvel movie, the best crafted film Captain America the Winter Soldier is by far the best of them. And it's not perfect either. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's the perfect movie and it's the greatest thing ever and oh my god, the story was amazing. No, it has problems. It has some plot holes here and there. It has some very questionable logical gaps in it. But it's pretty good. It's certainly one of the most compelling and best shot, and it has some of the greatest practical effect fight scenes. That's something that they leaned into for Civil War, but Civil War was a lot more fan service. Can't decide how to do his feet, so I'm just leaving them undone for right now. So much of doing non-metallic metal, and painting in general, is breaking down real-world objects into the simplest shapes that you can understand for the purpose of color. And so many things in the world can be broken down into, like, cubes, cylinders, and spheres. More complex versions of these simple shapes, but ultimately, if you apply the highlighting practices you would apply to a cube, a cylinder, or a sphere, you can get believable lighting on things. I mean, I say that as if I'm achieving believable lighting, which most of the time I'm not, but that's certainly how I help myself think through it. Create the shapes that I need to sell the illusion I'm trying to create. Hang on, I'm behind on chat here. Hated Captain America? Wait, hold on. You hated Captain America like Captain America? Or you hated Captain America like, I didn't like Captain America the First Avenger, I didn't think it was a good movie. Best way to enjoy modern comic book movies is to not have grown up reading them and therefore have massive expectations for the... Yeah, and I look at it this way too, We're the Gamers. You and I, we grew up in the same era of comic books. We remember when the Infinity War happened. It was a big deal. It was a whole event that we were present for. We remember, Days of Future Past. What they've done with these new movies is to take the essential elements of those events and tweak them into new stories with essentially the same beats and MacGuffins. And it's to tell those stories to a new generation. And it's ultimately the same acceptance I've had to come to with Star Wars, that this isn't like it's for me in the sense that I can go and I can watch it and I can enjoy it. But it's many ways that story being told to a new generation in a way that it makes it feel like it's theirs. It's not just a retelling of the Infinity War that I remember from being a kid. It's the new Infinity War. It's the Infinity War for this new generation, for these new Marvel fans of these new versions of Marvel characters. And that's fine. That's fine. Those stories aren't really sacrosanct. I'm glad people are enjoying it. Because chances are I was going to have a problem with it no matter what they did. So trying to please me is probably a mistake. Yeah, Winter Soldier was amazing. In complete fairness, oh yeah, well you look old, Cosmic Disorder. I'm sorry, that was mean. You don't. You don't, Cosmic Disorder. Thank you for getting that shout out in there, Riot Sister. Go check out Cosmic Disorder, one of the strangest men on Twitch, and if you like the Winter Soldier, you can see him on Cosmic Disorder's channel occasionally playing a bit of that guitar to some pirate metal. If you think that's a strange sentence that I just uttered, then you should give him a follow and find out what the fuck I'm talking about, because I'm telling you, it happens. I'm not even exaggerating. It's a legitimate description. exaggerating a little bit, but really not much. Finished a commission. Fuck yeah, Project Dark Fox. Glad to hear it. Graphic novel of Wanted is... Yeah, okay, yeah, Wanted. That movie wasn't even terrible, but the graphic novel was better. Oh, it's gonna take a little bit of time. This is just my base tone for the Gold Warrior. This is gonna get... I'm gonna do two things to this. I'm both going to build this up into a much brighter gold yellow for the highlights, and I'm also going to deepen the shadows, and I'm going to use complementary colors to do so to add in contrast. Like when I shade my red, I'm going to use green. I think you'll like it by the end. Unbox the Ender 3, looking at designs for a Mandalorian helmet. I'll tell you, there are plenty of them out there right now. Plenty of them out there right now. Finding Mando and Boba Fett is real easy to do, even on Thingiverse. Check out Thingiverse. Check out Cults 3D. And, what's the other one? Like Gambody. Don't be afraid of paying for a file, either. Paid files are often worth the money for the extra effort that they've gone to make sure that what they're selling you is, in fact, 3D printable. I don't just say this because I sell 3D files, but also because it's true. Leave Extraordinary Gentlemen was a fun movie, and the graphic novels are batshit insane. I didn't enjoy The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. I never read the graphic novel, so I can't speak to that. But I did not enjoy the movie. Also, didn't they fuck up A Portrait of Dorian Gray for that story? I was a fan of the original A Portrait of Dorian Gray, but in A Portrait of Dorian Gray, he quite enjoyed looking at the painting of himself. In fact, it became a sick obsession of his in that he enjoyed looking at the painting and watching how it changed as he abused himself. I believe I remember that correctly. And then in A League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, they wrote it so that if he looked at the painting, he reverted back to the self that was in the painting. But, like, that was never part of the story. Trying to finish this before the Storm Report. How much do I have? I don't know. We're going to be starting the Storm Report in just about a half an hour, Soda Addict. I'll tell you right now, let me just tell anybody who might be out there trying to finish their one brush challenge and rushing to get to the Storm Report. If you have to post what is technically a work in progress, that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. Remind yourself that you are doing this because it is fun. You don't actually have to hit that deadline, and we will enjoy looking at your work, whether it's technically finished or not, and then you can just carry on and finish it at your leisure. I mean, that applies to everything, though, Soda Addict. Everything at all. It doesn't have to be finished. You can put a work in progress in there. We ain't gonna mind. Exactly, we're the gamers. Exactly. Oh, thank you for the reminder, White Wolf. Drink beer would be lovely, since I don't have one in front of me right now. I'll go get one in a minute for you, White Wolf. It's better that I at least start with some water. Weirdly serious question. Wife has a ton of makeup brushes on account of she works for a makeup company. Tons of new ones in box. Could you use any? So it depends on the makeup brush, but broadly, probably. Makeup brushes are actually quite good for dry brushing. Mostly because dry brushing is, I'm sure you'd be familiar with the technique of having the pigment spread broadly across all of the bristles, and then pulling the bristles across your face to catch the raised surfaces, like contouring your cheekbones and your chin and stuff like that. Like that's the exact same technique that we use to dry brush models. That is a good point, We're the Gamers. Yeah, depending on, like, if it turns out that they were good for it and there were a bunch of them, I could turn that back around into the program that I am planning to open up on Tuesday for donations, which is Thunderhead's Home for Wayward Paints, where we will be assembling painting kits for new painters. And yeah, if they're good for dry brushing, I could throw one into each kit. Yeah, hit me up on like Discord. We'll figure it out. I appreciate the thought, regardless of how it pans out. I do. I use ELF brushes most of the time. If they're like gigantic, they're mostly only good for like terrain or tanks or stuff, but they can be used for that, no problem. Yeah, toss a banana in there, so we know how big it is. Really, yeah, just anything, if you take a photo of one with anything common for scale, like a quarter or something like that, it'll be easy to tell. At this point in the paint job, by the way, working on Iron Man, I'm really just kind of feeling out where I want to put my primary highlights, and that's where I'm putting this red down. A lot of it'll probably change as I work on them, and then the dark spots where I need shadows, I'll come in and I'll build some shadows, and then I'll build my highlights up on the red. Song Wind, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? Bananas are the most universal item of them all. That's why we use them for scaling purposes. Everyone knows what size a banana is. It's one banana, Michael. What could it cost? $10? How has everybody found the one brush challenge to be? By the way, have you found it to be a fairly enriching experience? I have. Actually used some techniques that I generally would not have before. Nothing crazy, just some little things that I usually avoided, but was sort of forced into with only having the one brush and all. But then you were here for a lot of that, so. Finally got all of Captain Marvel's parts to stay on at the same time. Terrible gaps, though. Filling is a necessity. Yeah, I had that pop up on a few of them. You can ignore them to a certain degree. Honestly, the more I've painted models, the more I've found things like little gaps to be just a hindrance to me continuing the paint job, and that if I just do a good job painting it, you generally don't even notice them. It depends on the gap, though, and I can't speak to how large the gaps wound up being on your Captain Marvel. I definitely had a few on mine. I just pretended they don't exist. That's Thunderhead's advice, guys. You got a problem, just pretend you don't. It'll probably work out, right? I'm glad you got it assembled, though. She is a pain, that model. Oh, man. Use a 1-inch wall painting brush, Bob Ross style. Yeah, we're gonna sit into Iron Man here with a palette knife real quick. That'll work out. He's supposed to be red, right? There you go. He's red. Congratulations. Good old Bob Ross. I wouldn't mind seeing how that man would have approached miniature painting. I mean, obviously he could have if he wanted to. The hobby has existed for a very, very long time. I don't know that he ever did. It just would have been entertaining to see. But then I don't know if painting little army men to play war games would have been something that Bob Ross enjoyed as a human being. I mean, I think it's fair to say he did not. On the note of banana for scale, see my last comment. Ooh, what'd you did? What'd you said? One point my race car was at the Denver Auto Show in 2019. There was a podcast group that went through and they could use chapstick tube for scale when showing how small the mirrors on my car were. That is a nice common item that people can relate to. Finally got... What movie did y'all watch last night? We watched Galaxy Quest and Demolition Man on last night's movie night. Speaking of which, we will have another vote for February's movie night up on the movie night voting channel in the Discord. If you're interested in taking part in that, you go to the welcome channel, read the message, and you should be able to give a reaction to get the necessary role for announcements and channel access. We hang out, we watch some movies. I believe February's theme is going to be True Love. True Love will be the theme of the films that we have to choose from. What? Bella knocked. Whoa, hold up. Bella knocked. As in the sculptor? Is that just a name that you chose, or is that a name that you go by on other social media, Bella? God damn it, Greg. Either way, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers, and thank you so much for the follow. Hey, yeah, I know you. I got in on your first Kickstarter. And I have had the pleasure of following your work for the last year. And I would just like to say, you have grown quite a lot as a sculptor in that time, and it has been a pleasure to watch. Like, really, just the way that you use your tools to make your minis come to life has improved notably. And you should be very proud of yourself. Very, very excellent work. I have some of your stuff printed out that I've been meaning to get around to printing, painting, but my god. My backlog is an atrocity, let me tell you. I've got... I painted one of your minis. I've got it around here, don't I? I've got multiple of them printed, actually, right now I've been meaning to do. I did do one of yours. It would have been... When? I'm sure you could probably place this because you had just released this. I would like to think I would have done a better job on the face and skin tones now, but at the time, I was just kind of... Yeah, I was going to say, you could probably place the time on this, because this was some time ago that you released this, and it was right after the release. But, I mean, compared to what you're doing now, it's simple, but still excellent work. Where's the other one? I was just looking at it. Hang on. How am I surrounded by miniatures and I can never find the one that I want to show? I put them around me so that I can do this. Yeah, I was gonna say that would have been pre-COVID that I painted that. It was irritating because I moved it just the other day. I was like, this is in my way, and I want to move it out of my way. And now I'm like, where the fuck is it? Shit. I'm going to give it another 10 seconds while I look. And if I don't find it by then, I'm going to stop looking. But it's here. Like, it's within arm's reach. Well, trust me, there is one. Shit. Oh well. We've got so much more now since the last time I picked up any of your sculpts. Oh, no. If it was easy to find, I wouldn't mind showing you, but yeah, I apparently put it someplace. I am, like, you don't see it from the camera angle. I am surrounded by miniatures. Like, there's a shelf right here, right above my head, and there are so many miniatures on it. It's a little daunting at times, if I'm being honest. Talk about miniatures lately. My dad keeps bringing up the Stephen King short story film Battleground. Well, I don't remember that one. Yeah, exactly, Kursala. I put it someplace safe. More dangerously, I put it someplace that makes sense. Now it's just fucking gone. It sounds like heaven. It sounds like heaven, Bella. But then you realize that you meant to paint it all. Well, giving myself some credit, I am surrounded mostly by painted miniatures, but there are a lot that aren't. I can allow myself that little bit of credit. I try not to think of it as the pile of shame, but it can be hard sometimes. No, your figures are the ones that I always think of using when I tell myself I need to really spend some time working on my flesh tones. Spend some time doing, like, a study of different complexions and shit. It'll probably be some of your figures that I print to do that.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong at all. Yeah, then that's your purgatory. Now, this shelf over here to my right, this is mostly unpainted, which is why it's so easy to access, so I can reach over and grab things. The shelf up here is primarily painted, and then I've got a display rack behind it that's mostly painted. And then I've got a game room that's full of mostly painted. Ah, Jesus, do I have too many miniatures? I might have a problem, you guys. This might not be good. No, we're not doing the flesh-colored microphone, warrior. My God, we've been over this. That's gonna bug me until I find it tonight, Bella. You've done this to me. Oh, it's incorrect. You don't have enough. You're gonna be a terrible fucking influence is what you're gonna be. I can see that already. I don't need encouragement. I have problems enough already. You live, Bella, you're from down under, somewhat, right? Either Australia or New Zealand, if I'm not mistaken. We've got a gentleman here in chat who's offering to send me a gift box full of Australian treats and goodies. I might need your help when it gets here to determine if he's sent me, like, joke gifts, like I'm gonna bite into them and they're gonna be terrible, and he's gonna be like, ha ha ha, we don't eat that. Living in New Zealand from America. Okay, I gotcha. How do you find New Zealand? It's a place that I very much want to visit. I'll be totally honest. It is partially the usual, like, oh, okay, you saw Lord of the Rings, so you want to go to New Zealand. It's not entirely wrong. I do like other things about it, mind you, but it was the Lord of the Rings films that made me go, wow, it's like way more gorgeous than I thought. It was the Lord of the Rings movies and a little bit of early Pete Jackson, like Brain Dead, where they showed a little bit of it. Don't want to leave, never, ever, never, ever. Well, that's some high praise. That is some high praise, Bella. I'd like to go there someday. Traveling has become obviously a little complicated recently, but hopefully that will correct itself in the near future. Or not itself, but we will correct it. Honestly, guys, this is one of the things that I really quite like about Twitch, that I like about streaming. This opportunity for a real-time interaction. Because every now and then somebody stops in and you're like, oh shit, it's you. What's up? Bit trapped at the moment. I believe I won't be let back in, so I guess I have to stay as long as okay, yeah, you have to forgive me. You have to forgive me if I'm reading a little bit of sarcasm in there. If I read that and I get a little bit of the, oh shucks, guess I gotta stay. Jesus has dope. What happened? What happened just there? What was that? I'm confused. I was gonna say, like, was that somebody in chat? Because Warrior, you're the first person that I would suspect in Wellington by the Weta Workshop. Oh my God, have you gotten to go in and see any of their bigatures, Bella? They're like big miniature sets, because those are still some of my favorite things in the world. Haven't gone in yet. Okay. But you have the opportunity. Isn't it a funny sort of thing when we move close to things like that?
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Too busy making minis. I don't have a hard time believing that. Do you have a count of how many minis you've sculpted in the last year? Because I remember you got started, and you were like, I'm just going to make some minis. And it seems like since then, your social media feed has just been like, oh, we're doing another release. Oh, we're doing another release. Oh, we got some more. Oh, we're doing a Kickstarter. Like, it's crazy. But it's good. It indicates that you enjoy what you're doing, which is important in any profession that's even remotely like an art. Okay, okay. So I won't be spending that $100, pretty obviously, or transferring it out. I'm just going to let that sit there until whoever this is inevitably charges it back, because something silly is going on. But, you know, to whoever it is that's acting funny and making donations, I hope you're having fun. If it's somebody who's actually making donations, you should make yourself known, because you should be aware that that is a common Twitch trolling method. Is making donations through Streamlabs, waiting for the streamer to then withdraw it into their account and then charging it back. I will say that $200 is a strangely small amount to try that with. But, usually people will be like, oh, $500, and then the streamer goes to spend it, and then suddenly they owe it. I don't understand why it amuses people the way that it apparently does. If it's actually Jesus who is donating to me and insisting that I follow him, I'll give you this, Jesus. This is the most tangible benefit you have ever been to me in my life. Like, if as a kid, Jesus was just like, hey man, here's $200. I might have been more tempted. Hannah Faith says that Jesus loves me. Interesting. I don't know that that's true. Yep. If you charge back Twitch, Twitch will negative you. Well, I appreciate your well-wishing, Hannah Faith. I am not a man of faith myself. I'm a man of some faith. Limited things. Have to go to count how many you made. I'd be interested if you got bored. If you got bored, Bella Noct, and you did a count of how many minis you've actually made in the last year, you should do that just for yourself, just to reflect. I find that it is helpful sometimes when engaged in artistic pursuits to take a moment and really look at your body of work. I'm glad to hear that inspired you. Now, Hannah Faith, I appreciate very much that you would like to spread the good word. But religion is a topic that we avoid here in chat because it has a tendency to divide folk. But I hope that you're having a good day. And I hope that you're enjoying watching me haphazardly slap red down on this here Tony Stark. Gotta offset the karma. Yeah, get that 420 in there. There we go. I mean, I'm just going to be leaving the Streamlabs donation account alone for a while until that inevitably gets resolved. Project Dark Fox is also accepting donations. Oh, here, no, there's... Yeah, okay, this is... I don't know who it is that's having fun, but, stop it, please. It's... lame. Though I will say that it's possible that it is the actual Jesus, since the actual Jesus did just come into chat. Ladies and gentlemen, Chaotic Harmony is here. He speaks the truth that the masses, that the Romans do not want to hear. And they hate him for it. Welcome in,
Here
Chaotic
at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
It should be noted for legal and disclaimer purposes that Chaotic Harmony is not in fact Jesus Christ. Many of you may already have known that. Alright. Okay, Hannah Faith. I don't mean to be rude. That is not my intention. Oh, Bella Noct, do you have a Twitch? That's an important question. I don't know if you have done any streaming. If you've started, I missed it. If you've got, you do, somebody, please. In fact, I'm gonna go follow. I didn't even realize. I didn't know that you had started doing Twitch, Bella. Well, bing, bang, boom. You got yourself another follow. How about that? Hannah, I don't mean to be rude. That is not my intention. But are you saying that you came into a stranger's Twitch channel, who, as far as I know, you have never been in the chat of before, and proceeded to donate $620 to this random streamer? Is that what you're saying? You understand how I might be a little skeptical about that. It is an inherently suspicious behavior. I mean, okay. I'm gonna let it sit there for quite some time, because I gotta be honest with you, I don't believe you. I don't mean that as an insult, I just don't. Yeah, it happens. It happens sometimes. Ooh, is it time for the Storm Report? My god, guys, it's been time for the Storm Report for 6 minutes, and I've just been sitting here touching up silly old Iron Man. Well, Hannah, fair enough, and in the spirit of assuming the best of people, I will say thank you. But I'll tell you what, Hannah, let me tell you something. You know what would mean so much more to me than $620 randomly donated to my stream? You know what would mean so much more to me? Is to see you here in chat again, hanging out with us, enjoying a little bit of art, maybe doing some painting of your own, maybe submitting some of your own work. That would be fantastic. If you're not a painter now, why don't you pick something up? Why don't you try something out? Why don't you submit some of your art here to us and share it? Share your joy with other members of the stream, and thank you so much for the follow. I do hope that I see you again. Alright, I'm gonna finish doing a couple highlights on Iron Man, and then we're gonna move over to the Storm Report, guys. Because I want to see what we got on the long game. You do paint? Hannah, do you really? Would you do me a favor? Would you jump on over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord and post up some of your work, because I would love to see it. Particularly from new people to the stream, I would absolutely love to see some of your work, some of what makes you happy. Mostly animals and anime? Well, that's okay. Because animals are pretty great, and so's anime. Oh, it is a long one. It is a long one today. We're gonna get on over to that in a second. I'm trying not to forget where I am with a couple of these highlights, because I'm trying to make sure that the lighting sources all make sense, moving in kind of a downward direction like this, and it's tricky. Tricky. Yeah, I was too late for the GameStop business myself. Not that I'm not really. I don't really do the stock market. I'm not into our national casino so much. Still had some decent progress on Iron Man for today. Let's take a quick look at him and see where we are. Then, I'm going to take about 30 seconds. I'm going to grab a drink real quick. I'm going to come back and we're going to do the Storm Report. How does that sound? But this is about where we've landed, starting with nothing today. We got our bass tones put down, and we started blocking out our highlights for the red. This is very, very rough so far. There are at least 3 to 4 steps to go on the red, and then the gold, and then the silver. And I'm going with the Iron Man Mark 6 from the movie's color distribution, mostly because it reminds me of the original old comic book Iron Man colors, where he had yellow all the way down to his boots and all the way down to his gloves, as opposed to mostly red with little bits of yellow and gold. Yeah, Roland made out like a bandit, though a fucking Robin Hood of a bandit, because as I understand it, you're putting that into college funds for some members of your family, which I have to say, Roland, that is fantastic. That's awesome. Still trying to get someone to paint up the Hulk in the classic gray color. I've got a Hulk. Walter's Workshop, and I don't necessarily hate that idea. Now, it's worth noting that that Hulk was much, much smaller than the Hulk that we're dealing with today. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you to the BRB screen for just 1 minute. I'm going to go grab something to drink. I'm going to come back. We're going to launch right into the Storm Report, and we're going to see what people have for their one brush challenge, so don't touch that dial. Or do. It's not really my place to tell you what to do, you know? I don't really feel comfortable doing it. So, you know, please stick around. Yeah, that works. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Alright. So I set the volume on the other transition lower, so it won't jump scare you. This one might still be a little bit loud, and if it is, I apologize, and I will tune it down as it happens. I didn't get a chance to adjust the volume before I started the stream, so we're doing some stream maintenance live. So again, I'm sorry if my transition just completely blasts you out of your seat. Brace yourself, ladies and gentlemen, because it's time.
All right, locusts and gentlemex, get ready to feast your eyes on glurp paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Whew, okay, that didn't seem like it was too bad. Didn't seem like it was too bad. Woo! Alright. Let's go ahead and roll right into... Oh yeah, this is a long one. Let's get going. Put my brush away properly so that it doesn't wind up getting all frayed. Move my wet palette out of the way. Yeah, that one wasn't so bad. The other one's a bit abrupt. The other one is a bit abrupt. Up first, hey, who's this? Thunderhead posting in the... I'm not gonna dwell. I'm not gonna dwell on these first three because I posted them in all the like showcase and everything, and obviously you guys get to sit here and watch me paint these over the course of the last month. I'll go through them fairly quickly though. We did get Aomer done, and I'm pretty happy with how he turned out overall. I'm just adjusting my... Some dork posted those pics. I'm pretty happy with how he came out overall. There are some things that I would do differently if I was doing it again. I'm going to try to carry that forward into continuing to work on models from Rohan. I think the sword on the base worked out well. I ended up going with it lying down instead of sticking up, because every time that I poised it, that I glued it here so it looked like it was sticking up. Hey, what's up, Plank Walker? Feel free to lurk all you like, my friend. 10 out of 10 would charge Pelennor Fields. 10 out of 10 would shout death! Oh, Ride to Ruin. I'm gonna have to rewatch these again. I started to rewatch the Fellowship of the Ring the other night, and I need to finish it up. If I start the Fellowship and I don't get all the way through Return of the King, it's like when you hold in a sneeze. You know, it's not a good feeling. It is not a good feeling at all. I would say that the hardest part, and again, most of you have already heard me say this, the hardest part of doing this mini with the size 1 sable brush was largely in doing Firefoot's coat. I think I got a fairly decent approximation of a realistic-ish gray dappled stallion coat on Firefoot. I think I might brighten it if I were to do it again. I might do it, the pattern might be a little bit more deliberate, a little less random. But overall, I think it came out fairly decently. And then, of course, dry brushing, as I would have dry brushed both the scale, the mail that he's wearing, and then all the texturing on the base. And I wound up just doing that by essentially dry brushing with a size 1 round, sort of flattening it out and then dragging the edge across the various surfaces. I think it worked out decently. The armor was a bit of a pain, but it was going to be a bit of a pain one way or the other just because of the way that it's sculpted. I note that Amber's actual armor is significantly darker than this overall, but, you know, we're painting miniatures, we're not making full-size props, we have to make some allowances and do some artistic interpretation, and I went for some brighter highlights so that you could actually see it. You know? Is that a new design print? Yes, this is the first. The first of that particular design that I've printed for Gadarum. This is the first tester. If this comes out right, I'm going to go back over it and I'm going to detail it. It's 5 hexes with 1 in the middle. The 1 in the middle is level 1, the other 2 are level 2. I'm trying to create more interesting footprints and arrangements of levels. And then the final shot from behind of a bit of a horse's ass. I'm actually really happy with how the scabbard came out. The texturing on the leather here, and then the color of the metallics for the brass. A few of you questioned when I was doing this why I started off my brass bits with copper. And I hope that is self-evident in the finished product here. It's not a bright yellow brass, it's more of a tarnished, worn brass. And I used the copper as my base tone and then built up a little bit of gold and a touch of silver here and there on top of it. Amber's face looks fucking terrible, but you can kind of tell that it's a face, so, it does. It looks a little bit more bronze, but I think that I actually kind of worked better with the, because he has a very coppery, very bronzy mail on. And honestly, even the fittings on his armor in the movie, like I say brass, I don't know that they were brass. If they were brass, they were a very deep red brass. So I tried to just go with kind of reddish colors overall on his armor. But I think it came out working pretty decently. So yeah, Thunderhead did that. Woohoo! 1 month, 1 brush challenge. Moving on, let's see what everybody else has going on. Here we have from Gear Falcon. Here is my 1 brush challenge. I know it's kind of cheating because it's a size 0. That's not cheating. No, there is no cheating. That's not the point. The point isn't choose a crazy brush that's super hard to use. If that's what you want to do and it's fun for you, that's fine. But the point is just to choose 1 brush and see what challenge comes with it. So not only did you not cheat, but that actually is, it can be fairly difficult to use a particularly small brush for an entire mini. Only use this or my Windsor size 0. It took me way too long to do this, but I hope you all enjoy. Also, it didn't take you too long, Gear Falcon. It took you exactly as long as it should have. Those are some vibrant colors. Ooh, man. Look at that. That is intense. I was going to say, some really quite nice blends here on the paneling, across the shoulder, even on top here. Really, really like the lensing. It stands out wonderfully as this blue amidst the sea of incredibly warm oranges and yellows. Very fiery. Nice blends down here on the feet. Picked up the details well. You left some good shadows in here. I'd like to see it from the other angle as well. I appreciate you using these cool blue grays to break up the big chunks of orange here on the fist and on this exposed metal for the upper arm. Yeah, the blends on this are really, really nicely done, Gear Falcon. I love the color scheme over. It reminds me of like what's the BattleTech unit that's all in orange? Why can't I think of their name? There's an R in it. I've painted a mini in their scheme. I got some of their decals, and now I can't remember what they are, and I feel very, very foolish. This is one of my signatures, is forgetting shit that I definitely know. Live on camera for your enjoyment. Oh. I'll think of it later, Gear Falcon. I know it's not. If it were a lot to go on, I probably would have thought of it by now, forgot wrong, damn it. I'll think of it later, and I will let you know what color scheme it reminds me of. It reminds me of that one guy that did that one thing. Riot Sister, thank you so much. Ugh. They fought in Merrick space. They had an entirely orange paint job. They were famous for using lances composed of 1 centurion, 2 archers, the Regulan Hussars. The Regulan Hussars. Roland, thank you so fucking much. Yes. And it wasn't 2 archers. Their famous lance was a centurion, an archer, and 2 trebuchets. Roland, thank you for that. That looks lovely, Gear Falcon. I think you did a fucking great job, and your blending is looking fantastic. I love these vivid colors. I love this super high contrast. Guys, when I say high contrast, this is kind of what I'm talking about. Ooh, man, these colors are at war with each other, and it works so, so nicely. Well done, Gear Falcon. Coming down here, we have from Rogue 19K, decided to paint the Summoner Eye Prime for my mercenary unit. There's a pre-wash picture for good measure, and yes, so I don't believe that this is... Not everything in here is going to be one brush challenge, but that's okay. And yes, there's a gradient. I did a metallic on the cockpit to try something new. The intent is to try and focus the gemstone paint I'll be using to a specific point of brightness. Yeah, I've had the opportunity to see this particular one kind of in its pre-form and then a little bit of work that he had done on it afterwards. So here we have before washing. And yeah, I think... Wait, did he get another one in later? He must have posted the other picture later in the Storm Report. But yeah, so he's been working a whole lot on his contrast. I've seen the one he did post-wash, and the difference is dramatic. I really like that Rogue 19K has been picking up more and more on that use of high contrast to cell detail. Here we have from Rodan. Here's the custom shade I did for Angmar. White base with camo green, and then a pale green over that in different areas. Ooh. I really kind of like the green that you're using. It's first of all, the fact that you're using warm shadows to contrast this green is fucking brilliant because it helps me see it so much better. I like how you're just sort of cupping your hand behind it too. Cupping your hand behind it is definitely a replacement for a good backdrop, Rodan. Well done. No, man, get a backdrop. What's wrong with you? Oh, but it's really nicely applied. Yeah, the warm shadows like you have here. Here, and then you can see it again here on the undersides of the fabricy bits. It helps this sort of single tone paint scheme come together very, very nicely. Yeah, it's kind of an alarmingly ethereal look, isn't it? You almost don't want to take it any higher and do like super high pointed highlights on something like this because it's supposed to look ethereal, otherworldly, like it's all sort of coming together. It's a wonderful color that you've gone with there, Rodan. And you did this build yourself, didn't you? What did you make it from? I know they've got some Wraith minis for Age of Sigmar. but I don't recognize the one with all the big crazy hair flying around. Did you miss your Plague Marine? We have not gotten to it yet, Wombat Combat. Well, I'm sure we'll get to it here shortly. Rodan, thank you for sharing that really quite excellent Wraith with us today. Here we have Chaotic Harmony posting some memes in which he complains. Yeah. Was it a Demonette head? Pretty sure the champion head from the Demonette kit. Well, we've got 2 votes so far. I'm going to say it's probably a head from a Demonette. So for those of you who are not aware, I'm going to break this down as fast as I can, just so you're in on the story. Chaotic Harmony is another streamer here on Twitch. He streams primarily MechWarrior Online. Also, he will do miniature painting sometimes. Painting, yeah, here, so you can read it. I'll make this quick. I don't want to linger on it too long. We have at least one more meme in here, too. I do think it's pretty funny. He's another streamer here on Twitch. He streams MechWarrior Online. He paints some Battletech. He paints some, not Age of Sigmar. Yeah, he's painted some Age of Sigmar, some 40k. He's been getting into miniature painting more and more lately. Again, streams MechWarrior Online primarily. It's most of what he does. Very, very entertaining. It's his voice here on the stream. I believe he has at least a 12-inch penis. He's... Oh, my God. Chaotic. You're here. What's up, man? How you doing? Anyway, so... basically, the long and short of it was that they enabled group queuing in MechWarrior Online so that anybody who was jumping into a pickup game could jump into the game with a pre-assembled 4-man instead of just going in by yourself and being assigned randomly to a game.
Sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. That's Chaotic Harmony. That's the guy right there.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, this was a terrible idea. We specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
And he's right about a lot of things. So he decided to prove that this was a terrible idea by taking a 4-man, loading it up with really, really bad weapons, and showing how even with bad weapons, a 4-man coordinated team can stomp the shit out of regular players. This has continued for quite some time. To the point that some players became upset about it. PGI, the company that runs MechWarrior Online, became upset about it, and after a long sequence of events leading up to a big dev hunt event where the developers were going to be playing MechWarrior Online and letting players hunt them and get little awards. Yeah, it started in April. You've been doing Mitchell's Go Whoosh for a while. They banned him before the event. They gave him a temporary ban. They said, you're not allowed to play in this event because you're going to make it bad for people, refusing to acknowledge that it was their allowance of 4-man groups in the game that made it suck for people in the first place, that even made it possible for him to do it. Yeah, he's toxic. And don't get me wrong, I'm going to be totally fair here. Chaotic Harmony, God love you. I'm going to be totally fair here. Also, I'll totally wear one of those t-shirts. Chaotic Harmony's a bit of a son of a bitch. Stop me if you think that I am being unfair at any point. Chaotic Harmony is a bit of a bastard. He is. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. And he never broke any rules. He never went out of his way to hunt anybody down. He never went out of his way to ruin anybody's day. What he did was he played the game the way it was meant to be played and showed how someone just playing the game can ruin some people's days, and those people who had their day ruined, they got upset and they made up a bunch of bullshit, and everything got all muddied. But as I understand it, it is being worked out now that some tempers have flared. Though the one thing that is probably not going to happen is PGI recognizing that they're a bunch of dicks and they were wrong in the first place. That is the one outcome we are unlikely to get. But yeah, he was banned from the event, so we spent like 8 hours on Toxic Harmony. Toxic Harmony. I'm sorry about that. That was a Freudian slip. On Chaotic Harmony stream the other night, just watching him complain instead of play the game. And bizarrely, it was actually a good time. It was actually a good time. Worked out between me and the other streamers. I'll forever be fuck PGI. Yeah, they're kind of a bunch of bastards. They kind of are. Toxic Harmony. I really didn't mean to say that. Alright, let's take a look at what we got here. From Crossbow Roof, my entry for the One Brush to Rule Them All challenge chose to do a Zentradi Scout Pod I could continue to fuss with it, but I'm calling it done. That's true of all paint jobs, Crossbow Roof. You can always continue to fuss with it, but eventually you're going to have to say, I'm finished painting this mini. Brushed Use is a Games and Gears Legends series Sable Zero. Paints used are Vallejo Game Color Ghost Gray. I love VGC's Ghost Gray. It's a great color. Vallejo Model Air Insignia White. Reaper Master Series Blue Liner. I also love Blue Liner. Vallejo Model Color Medium Blue. Model Color Deep Sky Blue. Master Series Shadowed Stone. Master Series Concrete Gray. Master Series Red Shadow. Game Color Bloody Red. Createx Enamel Stain Gray? Is that a color? Is it Satin Gray or Stain? Stain? That's an odd name for a color. Createx Enamel Stain. Oh, it's an enamel stain. Never mind. Okay, I'm being a fool. And Citadel Ardcoat Gloss. I must say it came out quite nice. It has those original Robotech colors. Nice deep shading on it. Really, really vibrant blues. Love the Ghost Gray. It's such a subtle blue gray. The Zentradi Scout Pod is weird, isn't it? I don't know how many of you have watched Robotech. There is supposed to be like a did you give me a hydrate? I'm sorry, White Wolf. I'm sorry. This is for you. This is for you, White Wolf. I kill myself for you. Yes, Datron Voltari, also known as the Ost Scout, for those of you who might be familiar with this design and its derivatives from Battletech. This was one of the designs that came over. Oh, Coral, fine if you insist. I gotta make that more than 100 points, y'all. You're gonna make me drink something other than water, you bunch of bastards. You know, Alara Kerensky makes people sub to make him drink. That may be why I dropped like 10 gift subs in his stream the other night. It's just possible. I want you to know that... Oh my god, you guys. I'm trying to do a storm report here. Oh, it changed a lot, Project Dark Fox. It changed a lot over time, but it is what the Ost series are eventually based on. But the point I want to get across is that in the... Fuck you, O Coral. We're not... No. We'll drink more in a minute. It kind of did. It kind of did. But the point I'm trying to make here is that within Robotech, it should be understood that this pod fits something like a 16-foot tall humanoid. Like a big human curls up into the fetal position and stuffs himself into this tiny little pod structure here, which, I mean, this whole thing is quite large, but it's not much larger than a Zentradi standing. Like, a Zentradi might stand, like, right here. Like, at the top of the... No, I don't mean 60 feet. They're not 60 feet tall, Datron Voltari. They're no more than, like, 20 feet tall at most. The Zentradi are not that huge. Are they? No, they're not. They're big. They're not 60 feet. That's crazy. Either way. Yeah, there's a giant dude curled up into the fetal position right here. It's extremely uncomfortable looking, even inside of a relatively giant machine. Yeah, but the Valkyries weren't 60 feet tall. I feel like I've got... Is my scale for... Okay, thank you, White Wolf, yes. Thank you. The answer was somewhere in the middle. Zentradi are roughly 33 feet tall. Okay, so I was halfway there, and you were twice as tall. It was almost precisely in the middle. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, the leader guys were fucking gigantic. That's true. The leaders were particularly large. I'm remembering that because they had that scene where they had the heroes and they were all, like, on a table and they're shining a light on them and they'd reach down and, like, pick them up and look at them by their fucking jacket. Yeah, okay, the leaders were gigantic. But they weren't all 60 feet tall. The point is, giant dude, fetal position in the pod. It's a weird fucking machine. Robotech is a strange cartoon. Go watch it, because a pop star saves the universe. Fucking O'Coral. Yeah, Britai was nonsense. But they weren't they all genetically engineered like all the Zentradi? I think they were. What I'd like to focus on, though, is the really lovely lensing that we've got right here. And the good use of this blue-gray on the center toe. Really, really excellent job of recreating the original Zentradi Battle Pod color scheme here. And all done with one brush. All with a 0. Nicely done. And here we have the paints and brush used. How do you find the Games and Gears Legends series? I haven't used this at all. I don't think I'm familiar with this brand. And yeah, it is a stain. Enamel stain. Okay. I haven't used any of these either. I really am just a basic bitch acrylic painter. Robot Anime has a lot of live singing mid-fight. Yeah, like, again, a pop star saves the universe. Yeah, all Zentradi are purpose-built bioengineered clones in both Robotech and Macross. Okay, I was not mistaken on that front. Coming down. Here we have. Okay, yeah, this was the screen that Chaotic Harmony ran all day for his "I'm gonna complain about the game" stream. Yes, we're only banning for using LRMs and sync dropping, so be careful. I'm watching. The fact that they were so smug and dismissive about it really made it bad. This is my favorite meme to come out of it, though. This right here. Most people rejected his message. Missiles go whoosh. Shut up! They hated Jesus because he told them the truth. This is the worst. The best part about this is that Chaotic Harmony made this meme about himself. I don't know why I am as amused by the idea of a game streamer complaining about something in a video game, comparing himself to Jesus Christ, as I am. Maybe it's the blasphemy of it. Maybe that is what amuses me quite so much, but delightful, Chaotic. Delightful. Oh, God. Here we have from White Wolf. Here we have my entry for the One Brush Challenge. Reaper's Queen of Hell. Casual observers might notice that she seems to be just past that 90% done, 90% to go phase, and they'd be fairly correct with such an assumption. I've gotten a lot done with my Vigiart HS 30.3mm airbrush, but after this I'll be switching to a brush to finish off the last few details. I haven't decided yet whether or not I'll stick to one brush for such. I want a finisher, not deal with frustration or risk damaging a brush I can't readily replace. So here we go. Reaper's Queen of Hell, done entirely with an airbrush alongside a personal attempt at more colorful miniature that has shading and contrast going on compared to my typical painting. White Wolf, I'd like to say something to you. First of all, this is beautiful, and I really, really like the direction that you went with these kind of muted oranges as opposed to some of the reds that had been going on earlier. It looks like you left some of the reds in for the shading near the tips. And, mostly for shading near the limbs and down near the tips. I think this is a great direction to go. I would also like to say that, yes, this makes sense. There are painters out there. There are painters out there who will paint entire minis using nothing but an airbrush. They've been doing it for a long time. It takes a lot of practice and it takes a lot of extra tools. This is a wonderful first step. This is a wonderful first step, if that's something that you want to do. If you want to lean heavily on the airbrush, I think that you probably learned a lot by doing this. But most painters who use an airbrush, even ones that use an airbrush extensively, will go back to a hand brush to do the detailing, and I think that that's the right move to actually finish this figure off. The colors are fantastic. The gradients are lovely. I love the shock of cold blue-gray that you have on the blade that isn't really shown anywhere else. I like the base pink that you have going for the hair now. I think that this shift from red into more of the yellow-orange spectrum was a fantastic one. The wings are like 8 colors, and it shows. The gradients are intense and effective. It reminds me a little bit of I guess those were paler. I was gonna say it reminds me of the wings on the fell beasts from Lord of the Rings, but I think about those had more of a blue than the orange to it, but the gradient is certainly there. Really nicely done. Guess what color I used to do that blade? Was it Ghost Gray? Was it Ghost Gray? I love Ghost Gray. That's my favorite. Ooh, yeah, here it is. Coal Gray. God, I hope so. Look at that. It's vibrant. It's really eye-catching is what it is. I like this. I really do like the pink for the hair, too. I'll be curious to see what you wind up doing with this with your brushwork. Spectral white over top of a dark purple sample. Interesting. That's probably what gives it such a fairly rich shadow in these darker areas. Very nicely done, White Wolf. And I very much look forward to seeing what you wind up doing with this mini with your brush as you move it into the... I know what you mean. 90% done, 90% to go. God, that's an all too real feeling for me. Oh, here we have from Wombat Combat. It's no one brush challenge, but I did finally complete a mini on stream. Damn, that is an accomplishment. I feel like I get so little work done on stream, and yet it is some of the only work that I do get done. Wombat Combat, this looks lovely. I like what you've done here with the trim. It looks like maybe you worked in some purple. It gives it a very deep bronzy look. I like the yellows that you've been working on the pustules. It really makes them look a lot more sickly. We've got a Nurgling down here playing with some grenades, being naughty. Got a little bit of rust worked in over here. Some more rust back here. Is this on the base? Is this just grit, or it looks like maybe there are some bones? I'm not sure what these are. This might have been... I think that these are the Plague Marines from the Space Marine Heroes. The little, like, booster pack ones that you can buy, where it's a single mini in a pack, and they might have more textured bases, I'm not sure. Looks like we colored some of the slime pouring out of this big ooze tank he's got on his back here. Yeah, that nasty green. Yeah, here's some more of that yellow for the pustules. I can see you've got a little bit of the red around the edges, giving it that sort of infected lividity. And yeah, there's definitely some purple's been worked in here on the trim. There's some grenades and pins in them. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm seeing down here then. Gotcha. Making sure that my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. This is some lovely work, Wombat Com. I mean, you know, insofar as you painted a walking fucking plague factory, a war atrocity on legs. I always like how the Plague Guard, or the Plague Marines rather, the Death Guard Plague Marines are described in, like, Dark Imperium. They're just... it's disgusting. They're before they even get to you, there are clouds of biting flies so thick you can barely see, and they get in your mouth, and everything stinks, and everything is filthy, and everything rots. There was a scene they described where Plague Marines were approaching a trench system, and one of the Plague Marines, and there's just bodies piled up on the field because they've been fighting for months, and the bodies are piled so high that they've made the trenches deeper, and one of the Plague Marines reaches the edge, and he doesn't jump down into the trench to fight. He puts his foot on the pile of corpses, and he just leans his immense bulk forward, and the boards containing the trench break, and just a mound of bodies and sludge and mud and just pour in like a fetid tide, and he's just riding it in and spraying bolts as he goes. He doesn't jump, he doesn't run, he just rides the filth and infection into their ranks. I don't know, that one always stuck with me for some reason. They're disgusting. They're horrid. Even being around them is nearly fatal, let alone them shooting at you. Literally no fucks given about their lack of maintenance. So yeah, I mean, every bit of rust, every little bit of oxidization, every new infection is just a wonderful new example of Grandpa Nurgle's blessing. The vibrant, ever-changing garden of Nurgle's joy. Here we have from Ion Raptor, got this done a lot faster than I thought I would. Was right in thinking the torso would flow fast before releasing such a small model, however. I want to get a print done. Need to be sure it will actually come out right. Yeah, honestly, before I release any model, I do prints of it. I just think it's a good idea. This tarantula came out nice, though. I definitely see why you want to, and I see why you went with the sculpted base. Because otherwise it would be difficult to put those forelegs in anything but a very, very static, boring pose. He's gonna be just a little itty-bitty guy, isn't it? He came out wonderful. I love the little hooks on the tops of his, little kneecaps there. I am very much looking forward to seeing a physical print of this Ion Raptor. I like these little spines on the sides of his body. I like how you went with the tarantula feel, because he's got sort of a rounded body like a tarantula would. You have some of these extra little spikes to give him some shape, and then even his weapons, like these two weapons are coming out almost like the pedipalps, and the other two weapons are situated in kind of like his fangs. I can dig it. And of course, Project Dark Fox doing the concept art. Hell yeah, man. The spindly leg crawl looks awesome, I agree. Here we have from Rogue 19K, got fairly ambitious with the Scarlet Crusader Summoner. Oh, excuse me. It's been a long day. Oh, it's bad form. Went with the metallic gradient for the cockpit undercoat as seen in the previous photo, as well as trying a basing technique that Kersala showed me a while back. Quite proud of how it came out. Still need to figure out how to give a bit more depth to the red without vastly altering the color, though. Something that Brush for Hire showed me and suggested to me, Rogue 19K, and something I intend to try, is to start with the highest red you want to use. The very highest red. The truest red you want. And then instead of trying to highlight upwards where you wind up going into pink or orange, just shade downwards towards black and eventually into a little bit of green. And in that way your highest highlight remains true red, and you can just control your shadows. Also not the happiest with the end result on the canopy. Came out darker than I wanted it to, though I did achieve the primary effect I was hoping for. Have to start the gradient higher in tone next time. I mean, I can see what you were going for there, and you still have a nice brightness there on the edge of it. But yeah, much, much deeper shadows and higher contrast now. You can definitely see it here on the toes, on the thigh plates here. I think the toes kind of wound up come out. As far as gray panels go, I feel like the toes wound up coming out looking almost the best of all the gray panels on the Mini, but it really does look fantastic. The panel lining comes out brilliantly. I don't think there's anything wrong with your red at all, really. I'm like, could it be sharper? I mean, sure. Could you shade it deeper? Sure, but this is a pretty decent red. And yeah, I definitely see the effect you were going for. It can be tricky to take things as high as they really need to go when we're staring at them super duper close. DM Tarnish, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome in. Well, lovely, lovely paint job, Rogue 19K. I'm telling you, if you like, look at the depth that you got on these toes down here, and try to do that on almost every single panel. Like, whew. I really like that. I'm glad you went with the asymmetry here, too. I think it's an asymmetrical mech. You kind of have to lean into the asymmetry for your paint job. Winding down from your dragons. What you painting over there, Tarnish? We're just going through our, I was going to say weekly, but we do this 3 times a week. We're going through our once per stream storm report to see what people are painting. And we have been doing a one brush to rule them all challenge this month, where you paint a mini using just one brush. So we're going over people's final entries for that. Can I throw a link in? So we don't do links in chat, DM Tarnish, but I'll tell you what you can do. If you're interested. If you wanted to do this, this would be pretty cool. Because we do this storm report, we do it every single time, every single stream, and we stream 3 times a week. We're here Sunday, we're here Tuesday, we're here Thursday. And we would love, as a group, as a chat, to take a look at your work. If you wait till the end of the stream, this channel here on the Discord is gonna get cleared out, boom, gone. And you can jump right in and post a photo of what you have been working on, and at the end of the stream on Tuesday, we will all be able to take a look at it and maybe even talk about it a little bit. I would love to see it there, if, of course, you're interested. And if you could come by for Tuesday's stream and hang out and talk about it a little bit with us, I would love that too. Here we have from Vergadarung for today. My entry for the One Brush Challenge, a 3D printed Star Wars figure for my roommate's RPG character. Certainly not my best paint job, but it was done in one session with an Ares Loft size 12 synthetic, because why not? Because you're a fucking madman, that's why, Verg. Skin tones are something that I struggle with. That will be one of my goals to work on this year. Yeah, I know the feeling. I'm not so good with skin tones myself. Or, alternatively, if you don't need it to be seen on the stream, I should mention this as well, DM Tarnish, you can put it in the Thunderhead Studio Discord showcase channel, and we'll be able to take a look at it over there. I should have mentioned that as well. We have the general showcase channel for everybody to post everything that they finished, and I would love to take a look at it over there, man. Absolutely love it. And then if you would like to also post in the Storm Report, you can then post it in the Storm Report channel as well, and then we will show it on the stream. I love the very, very classic Rebel colors on this. The off-white, the sort of red-brown, the really... It is a fairly desaturated orange, but then it reminds me a lot of the flight suits that, like, Luke wore. I don't know, this color palette winds up getting used quite a lot for Rebels. That's my first skin. That's not just a wash. For size 12 that came out, yeah, I'll tell you, the size 12 brush that he's been using comes down to a really, really nice point, and ultimately that's kinda all you need. Kinda all you need. Oh, you definitely zhuzhed up the grain a bit since the last time I saw this one. I think that little splash of vibrancy really helps the whole thing. All in all, really nice work, Verg. If you guys aren't following Vergadarung here on Twitch, he's been doing more paint streams, and you really, really should. Because it was right after our last stream, I was able to pop over and watch him work on this guy. And then he streamed for something stupid like 8 hours, like he was streaming at 5 in the morning. He's out of his mind. Absolutely lovely work, though. You do a really, really good job with basing as well, Verg. Almost 12 hours. I can't even. Put them in showcase, think that's... Yes, it is. That is the right place, DM Tarnish. Thank you for posting it there. I'll have a look at it after the stream. And everybody pop over... remember, guys, if you're in the Discord, pop into the showcase channel. Post your own work there. Post your stuff in the work in progress. It's an active channel, but go in there and check out what people are sharing. Turned into a brainstorming session. Yeah, I think I caught that towards the end. And yeah, DM Tarnish, if you'd like us to take a look at it again next stream, if you wait till the end of this stream, like we'll be done here in I'm hoping no more than an hour, and at the end of it, I clear the Storm Report channel, and you can post in it immediately, and it'll come up first thing when we do the Storm Report on Tuesday. Really nice work overall, Verg. I love that you chose to go with this gigantic brush of yours. After you gave me so much shit about choosing the size 1, I'll be very curious to see what next month's challenge is, so I can wait for you to pick something, and then I can pick something just to make fun of you with. That'll be a good time. I'll enjoy that. Like Ezra and Jyn Erso had a kid. Oh my god, I feel that, Rolly. It really is. It's like Jyn Erso just sort of mashed into Ezra Bridger a little bit there. Oh, nice work, Vergadarung. And just goes to show you, all you really need is a good point. Here we have from Square, this is what he was working with. We have an army painter, some kind of army painter brush for sure. Wargame miniature brush. We got some Agrellan Earth. We got dark tone and red tone from AP. AP's gloss varnish and ass gray. And then, of course, we have some Citadel paints here. Looks like Mornfang Brown, something standard. Oh, Mechanicum Standard Gray. Wazdaka Red, God, I hate their color names. Lead Belcher, Typhus Corrosion, and some Ushabti Bone, all leading to this lovely little lady right here. I appreciate that you did the weathering and dirt on the legs in particular. Good old Widowmaker. Yeah, and a turtle. A little turtle. These Shellback clan mechs are always so damn silly. Ooh, yeah, I can see the camo pattern that you went for here. The sort of broad stripes, and then the single red arm. Weathering on the Bushwhacker's feet inspired me to try it out here. Not the cleanest wear effects, but for one brush, not too bad. And on top of that, do you really want your wear effects to be that clean? Do you really want your wear effects to be that clean? I mean, you know, we're trying to make it look worn. We're trying to make it look dirty. If you're making it too clean, you might be missing the point. I think it came out really, really nice. Of course, I didn't recognize it because of the red arm. And that's the last time I will reference those movies. Today. You're gonna get a bunch of those and turn them into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, God. I wouldn't actually mind seeing that. There are 2 or 3 clan mechs that have these shellbacks. You could actually maybe pull that off. Yeah, that's one of the better ideas I've heard. Coming down, coming down, coming down. And by the way, very nice work to Squared. Your work is coming along. It's showing improvement and refinement with each mech that you paint. Keep it up, my friend. I hope that you're interested in participating in next month's challenge, though I still have no idea what it might be. We'll find out. Here we have from Roland. Roland painted a thing, and I am excited as hell. What? Why are you always painting mechs that I don't recognize, Roland? What is this guy? Help me out. Hercules. I don't believe I've ever looked at a Hercules before in my life. God, there are so many mechs in Battletech. There's so many mechs in Battletech, you guys. It's absolutely out of control. Waiting for someone to buy a 13 RB79 ball from Gundam and paint them to look exactly like billiard balls. It's probably been done. 3055 heavy. Well, it ain't 3025, so I don't want it. No, it's... it looks like a nice smooth application. I have to say, it looks like you are doing a little bit more work to thin your paints now. Roland, the detail of the miniature is coming through nice and clear. Jercules, what's up, Aeon Drummond? How you doing, man? What are you thinking about going with for the cockpit glass color in this guy? Oh, you used a wet palette. Well, yeah, that definitely helps. Definitely helps with the thing. But I would like to point out that your use of a wet palette and your thinning of your paints is yielding tangible and noticeable results in the smoothness of your overall paint application. Oh yeah. You can really see it here. All the panel lines stand out real nice. Looks like we got some blue panels and shapes worked in here. Stormhost Silver with some blue glaze. Nice. This is an interesting technique I'm seeing more and more of people doing, is the using a metallic paint and then glazing colors over it. I like it. It's a departure from the usual blended lensing technique. What the fuck mech is what? Where do you get these mechs? What are they? You make me feel like I'm like, okay, I'll be the first to admit that I'm trapped in 3025 mentally. But help me out here. Oh, fucking 3055 again. Yeah, this one skipped leg day a little bit, right? He didn't skip hip day. Look at this. Look at that thigh gap. That's out of control. What is the weapon on his right arm here? His hips and his shoulders are just insane. I feel like you could take just this torso and it would fly. It looks aerodynamic. That thing would fall the fuck over. Technically, Riot Sister, you could say that about every single battle mech in the game, and you'd not be wrong. Looks like we got a shiny little grasshopper down here, though. Hey, I recognize that mech. LB-10X and several SSRM2s. Oh, interesting. A big old shotgun. Looks like we're working on a bit of infantry. Where are these guys from, Roland? I'm always curious about where the infantry are coming from. The only ones that I've done have come from Talon Games or I've printed myself. Crossbow Roof is gonna crash. Good night, Crossbow Roof. Thank you so much for being here, dude. It's always a pleasure to see you. I hope you had a good night, and I hope you have a very good sleep. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, little crossbow. I wrote that myself. I know. Anyway. Interested to see what you do with the Grasshopper. This is one of my favorite MWO sculpts. I actually think their Grasshopper came out fairly excellent. It also has the most in common with the Dougram Bushman, which, as you know, I'm a little bit of a fan of. Well, I love seeing the texture paint going down, Roland. You doing a combined armed force? I'm just glad to see you throwing paint down again, man. Datron. Roland, glad to see you painting again. Thank you so much for sharing with us today. If you feel like participating in next month's challenge, I have no idea what it's going to be yet. I still don't know what it's going to be. Here we have from Datron Voltari. I haven't gotten the chance to paint much this month, and I won't get the chance tomorrow, so I whipped this up this afternoon. I call it my one brush, one afternoon, brush primed OSL without an airbrush. What the fuck was I thinking challenge? I used a Winsor & Newton Series 7 miniature number 4. Learned a lot, mostly that I've lost my wet blending chops, and OSL without an airbrush to cheat is hard. Yeah, I don't do OSL without an airbrush. I feel you on that one, man. The paint scheme is Ark Royal Theater Militia. An ancient Griffin 1N serving loyally in a universe that has long passed it by. Well, this. Yeah, look at this here. And right here. I'm catching a bit of the edges here. And even reflected on the face. Ooh, lordy lord. This is beautiful. You feel like you might have seen this sculpt before, huh, Simitha? Yeah, I wonder who made this. I wonder who sculpted this mini. Datron. Datron. This is lovely. This to me is an example of, and don't mind, please don't mind me saying any of this, Datron. It's not my intention to be like, this is a simple paint job. No, this to me is a good example of how focusing on the right details is more important than painting a lot of details. Because parts of this mini are very simply painted. Shoulder panel here, for instance, back here on the leg. But there is focus given to the right focal points. The PPC blast coming out, the gradient across the cockpit glass used to contrast the overall paint scheme, the bright, sharp, stark OSL on the fingers, on the shoulder, a little bit on the face, all the way down to the toe, everywhere the light would reflect on the front knuckles of the hand here. It draws... It's not just that, Rio. It's not just that, because I don't know that doing a larger quantity of detailing on this mini would have actually helped the paint scheme. If anything, it might have hurt it. It might have wound up being distracting. What this mini does is it focuses your eye on the parts of it that it wants you to see. This is an example of a painter who knows what part of the model he wants you to look at, and he brings you into it. It is Sumitha. It is a well-balanced paint job. Datron, this is beautiful. Yeah, this is a fantastic paint job. And I think you know by now, having watched me on this Storm Report, I don't, like, I want you guys to post, I don't blow smoke. I don't blow smoke up anybody's ass. Every time you post something, I'm not going to go, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen, because that devalues me saying this is an amazing paint job. I try to be fair. I try to be realistic. I try to say what I like about things. I try to say when I see weaknesses. And when something just grabs me, I try to be honest about that too. And this mini grabs me. I believe this mini. The PPC Blast would not be as interesting as it is without the OSL. I think you did a fan-fucking-tastic job on this Datron Voltari, and for doing it in one afternoon in particular, again, goes to show how focusing on the right details is honestly more important than spending a lot of time making sure you get every single detail. Datron, thank you for posting this, and I want you to paint a blockhead. Paint more of my sculpts, please. You make them look better than I do. Datron Voltari, very well done, and thank you so much for sharing that with us today. And well done, particularly for using a size 4. Again, the lesson that we should be learning here is it doesn't really matter how large... I mean, it does matter how large the brush is, but more than that, what really matters is, does it have a good tip? And... I mean, you just make the jokes. Just make the jokes! Because I set it up, because it's easy. God. Here we have from Wolverine DH, my DIY 3D printed mech warrior Dark Age Legionnaire, also known as a goddamn walking chain gun. Look at this thing. It's ridiculous. This is a mech design that started with the guns, with the gun. And yeah, they just kind of fit everything else around the fucking rotary autocannon once they had that working. They're like, okay, it fires. Now let's find it some legs. Pilot wears sunglasses at night. Pilot would have to wear sunglasses at night. Look at his face right in front of his fucking face. He'd be blind with that. The AC-130 of mechs. Absolutely right, Kingfisher Games. Apex King, how you doing today? It fires, now let's make it walk. I put a mech on a gun. I gave this gun some legs. Get that man a Nero helmet. Oh, really nicely done, Wolverine. I'm glad to see some more stuff out of you, man. It is insane. Oh my god. Well, nicely bashed together, Wolverine. Nicely bashed together. Here we have from Larabic. Oh, haven't seen you for a little bit. Managed to pick up a brush. Glad to hear it. Need to clean it up and finish the base, but I'm happy with this quick little conversion. I saw this before. You posted this someplace else. This is cool. Now, the model, the dude here and the little base, this is the original model, right? And then this part is like the Magister or whatever from the Gene Stealer cults, and you cut him off on the bottom and stuck him on here in like a total fucking execute order 66 kind of thing. I'm pretty sure I'm remembering that right. That this piece doesn't normally have the holographic display on it. Only the one pic? I want more pictures. I want to see it from more angles, Larabic. Please post more angles. Lovely job on the holographic effect. Good use of blues and whites. All in all, a very, very cool idea. The original has a... Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I thought there was something projected on it, but it's a small holo map, and in this case, yeah, it's, whatever this guy is, leader of the fucking Gene Stealer cultists. He's gonna jam his genes all up in you. Well, very nicely done, Larabic. I would like the Larabic, if you see this, if you're here, if you watch the VOD, post more angles, please. I want to see more angles of this mini. Here we have from Arcarna Schism. My submission for the one brush to rule them all challenge. Also, my first painting. Really? Thanks for the good time and convincing me to just get after it. They say, Arcarna, they say the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. and the second best time is right now. So I am glad to hear that you were inspired to pick up a brush. That is awesome. Leader of the fucking. Yes, that's... Can that be one of my titles? Can I just claim that one? I'm down with it. Ooh, it's an owlbear, and it's an owlbear in some fairly unique colors. We got like an Arctic owlbear going on here. I love how you went back to using some of these warm browns for the top of the head and then repeated them down in the feet, and it looks like a little bit in the claws on top of using these icy Arctic colors for the most of the feathers. Good deal. Good work on the basing. I can talk. I know how to use words. Well, was this a 3D printed mini? I wonder, Arcarna? I feel like I've seen other people doing this mini before. Daylake Gamer will be in Discord when I'm ready. You silly bitch, I am glad to hear it. Oh, it came in the paint kit. Okay, that's why I've seen it popping up. Is because it comes in a paint kit. Alright. How did you find it? Arcarna, did you enjoy yourself? Because this is actually, for being a first paint job, this is pretty good. I really like the blues that you've used here. It looks like you used a little bit of dry brushing. Again, I like how you mixed it up with some of the warm colors here on the crest. The eyes really stand out. I could go to see... I would love to see these individual pictures a little bit larger in Showcase, if you felt like it. Tattooed for 4 years. Okay, so you've got some background to work with for when you're picking your colors. And Riot Sister, thank you so much for that shout out. Ladies and gentlemen, the Daylake Gamer, a good personal friend of mine for most of my life at this point, and an excellent variety streamer if you enjoy watching people just suck so fucking bad at PUBG. Just suck so bad. Wait, is he still here? He's still in chat, isn't he? Quick, what's he good at? I think he's pretty good at maybe Apex. I think maybe I saw him playing Apex and he was good at that. I'm just fucking with you. No, go check out Daylake Gamer's channel. Great community, really engaging streamer. He streams a little bit earlier in the morning for those of you who might be looking. I didn't think you played Apex. For some of you who might be looking for something a little bit earlier in the day, that's when you'll be catching him lately. I believe you're still doing morning streams, right, DLG? You will also be able to catch him right here on this channel come Thursday, playing a little bit of Cyberpunk Red. That should be a good time. It's just that I'm jealous of the beard. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. DLG, thanks for stopping in, man. And yeah, I'll hit you up on Discord after this. Really though, Arcarna, this is fantastic. And if you wouldn't mind, posting these individual pictures over in Showcase, I'd love to take a closer look at them. I hope that you found the challenge enriching. Coming down. Here we have from Data Nerd, decided to participate in the One Brush Challenge using the Artist Select Size 0 round. Originally had a different plan for painting this mech, but while arguing with the brush to hold a tip, occasionally paint went on other areas, so I modified my idea and I worked with it. Adapt and overcome, ho! I am not 100% happy with how the mech turned out, but I really do like the muddy base that I still need to clean up the edge of the black edges on. Wanted to grab some pictures before losing sunlight. Now this is the kit bash that Kursala put together, yeah? First of all, I love the lines on it. He's a beefy boy. He's a chunky boy. Actually, his proportions, they kind of remind me of like the Armored Titan, where his shoulders just kind of go straight down into his hips. You know what I'm talking about. Even Jason Momoa is envious of my beard. Yeah, he told him so. I was there. I was on the stream. Aquaman stopped in and he was like, "Sup, bro? Jealous of your beard." And then the internet clapped. I'll tell you, I love these colors. This looks a little bit like that color Kursala was mixing up based on that Bloodfest Crimson. It's a wee little bit darker, but it may just have been put over a black base. And his dad gave you $100. Yes. Oh, so I We had someone stop in today, DLG, and drop like $620 in donations under the name Jesus, telling me to follow them. Now, we've got someone in chat, and you may still be here, Hannah, and I don't intend any offense if you are somehow for real, but you understand that behavior is suspicious. Like, you understand that. We agreed on this. But yeah, we got somebody to stop in and fuck with me, and I suspect try to get me to withdraw money that doesn't exist. So that was a first for me. That was fun. Drop the pics and showcase. Arcana, thank you so much. I'm gonna have to check that out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I said that as it was happening, DLG. I'm like, so we're just gonna leave that money alone, because that's almost certainly getting charged back. There's a person in chat insisting that it wouldn't happen, but I ain't fucking touching it. That was a weird one. That was one of the stranger interactions I've had in chat. Funny story about that color. One of the tubes I bought on backorder turned out to be that exact color that I made. Oh shit! What are the odds? What are the odds? What? Well, then I'll get banged for like $36. I'll live. Bella, thank you for the reminder. I let my fucking pillow slip way too much, and it's no good for my back that I start slouching. I love these colors, though. I do have to say, Data Nerd. The teal next to the really, really deep blue pops, shows off all these details wonderfully. I like the straight division across the waist down into these deeper kind of reddish purples. And yeah, it does look like maybe you were fighting with the brush to get a tip a wee little bit there. You can probably fight PayPal. I don't know how much I even give a shit. Like, somebody wants to ding me for $36, I'll probably fucking live. It was just silly. It was just silly, White Wolf. Fair enough. Oh, God. Alright. I am glad, more than anything, to see White Wolf and Data Nerd's wonderful little family putting brush to plastic together quite so often, because the family that paints together I can't think of anything that rhymes with paints. I got nothing. I'm just not clever enough to come up with sayings on the fly, guys. Did I say White Wolf? I meant Kursala. I said White Wolf because White Wolf just made me drink. Saints together. There we go. Lovely colors, Data Nerd, and I am glad to see you. Did I say White Wolf? This is the challenge of the challenge of live streaming. I just have to open my mouth and say things, and if I'm thinking about White Wolf, but I'm trying to say Kursala, I'll just throw it out there. Well, I'm sorry. I've said it. Now it's a thing. Data Nerd, you got to go live with White Wolf. I apologize. I didn't mean for this to happen. Kursala, what can I say, man? It's gonna be hard on your own, Jesus Christ, what's wrong with me? Alright, let's keep going, though. Data Nerd, thank you so much for sharing with us, and I hope that you had fun. What did you, out of curiosity, did you learn anything in particular from using a single brush? Or is this perhaps more of this was a good excuse to actually get a brush out and put some paint down? Let's take a look at what Kursala got up to in the meantime. So here's my entries for the one brush challenge. Yes, there are multiple because I'm apparently a madman. Well, we knew that. First up, we have Syllogy's Wolfhound that I dressed up as an Elven Ranger. This one was painted with an Artist Select size 6 round, cheap synthetic from a multi-pack. Since the brush was already pretty beat up, I did some light dry brushing on the limbs with it, since I'm not concerned about ruining it. The torso was done with a base layer of silver and some heavy glazing, and I am satisfied with it, even though it's not quite what I wanted. I think it came out pretty nice. It is a hell of a motley paint scheme, for sure. But using a brush that broad, you actually got some pretty decent brush control. The wash has helped out quite a bit. Syllogy's Wolfhound's pretty nice. Riot Sister heading out for the evening. Absolutely, Riot Sister, thank you so much for being here. You have a great night. Let me find this Jesus guy. I'll challenge into a boxing match. We know he's weak to crosses. That's terrible. That's so bad. I just... What do you even do with that? That's like the... It's pretty impressive DLG, but I have to say it still rates about third down on the level of blaspheming we've done so far tonight. I guess he does kind of have that Elven Ranger look. Very, very foresty colors, Kursala. What else do we have here? Let's see. Second, we have a Commissar Harris Rifleman with a salvaged left arm. The arm and torso sheared off on the printer. Strangely, so I replaced it with the upper from a Stratos Hunchback and the lower half of a Polygon Timberwolf and some poster tack. Hey, that gets the job done. Painted with a Royal Size 2, a very cheap synthetic. I wanted something... God, we got it. You guys, we got it. You own Sable Brushes, right? I appreciate that you were using some cheap synthetics for all of this, though, if only to show what they are, in fact, capable of. With the classic two-tone look, also used heavy glazes and washes instead of dry brushing this time. Also tried my hand at edge highlights on the torso, pelvis, and antenna, which I think turned out well. For the salvaged arm, I went with Jade Falcon Guard, which apparently uses, quote, appropriate camouflage with blue accents, whatever the fuck that means, for their machines, with the idea that they couldn't take time to repaint it. Also, it's hard to see, but there's a dead toad between the sand dunes. Oh yeah, there he is. Little squished down toad. You don't, really. Having used Game Envy's synthetics now a couple of times, I strongly recommend them. They are incredibly well priced for what they are. And yeah, if you want to pick up a decent sable brush, grab a Game Envy size 1 or above, you will not regret it. Just kind of like how this one came out. Definitely picking up some of the edge highlights you did here. It helps the panels stand out real nice. I like this random motley bit of camo on just one arm, and then this sort of opposed quartering on the blue and the green with the brown center torso. Looks like kind of a reddish brown. What color did you say you used on that? Yeah. The salvaged arm, so it's painted in the original color scheme of who it was salvaged from, and then there's the rest going on here. And it would have been green if it had been the blue, the jade. It would have been had it been the original arm. I like that. This mech tells a story. Recommend a 1 and 2. Yeah, don't go as far down as 0. Unless you really, really want one. The brown is burnt umber. Yeah, that's why I'm getting the reds out of it. This came out really quite nice, Kursala. Good job on the basing, also. And again, I love that it tells a story. I actually think that this creates an interesting sort of profile overall with a regular rifleman arm and then one hanging jangly mech arm bolted onto the other side. Well done, and all with a cheap synthetic. Honestly, you can do a lot with cheap synthetics if you're clever. The best artists don't let tools slow them down. Given that it's Battletech based, that story is probably, it's been through hell. Yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Thank you, honestly, Data Nerd and Kursala, thank you both so much for participating in this challenge and for sharing your work with us. Oh, and then we got up third, Dakirant and Dakarad. I'm not familiar with either. Also painted with Royal Size 2. These are the models I bashed together from some old Stratos parts a little while ago, and I painted the Dakarant a simple desert camo pattern using some heavy washes for depth. The dark part it's standing on is a prototype leg from my Dauber that I had no other use for. I was originally going to leave the Dakarant as my last entry. I thought it'd be fun if it had some friends, so I painted up the Dakarad to match, with a machine gun barrel sticking out of the sand. Which brings me to my final entry, a whole squad of tanks and a mobile HQ painted up in the same pattern with the same brush that I started and finished yesterday. Damn. Have a group picture of them too, but I think I've taken up enough of your time for now. Kursala, you can take up as much of my time as you like. I like this camo pattern. It's chunky enough and has bright enough colors that you still get the overall shape of the mech, and it doesn't just get lost in the mud, which is my problem with so many of the darker green woodland style camos that people sometimes use. Thought about doing one with a palette knife, but I thought it'd be best if I didn't. It would just... You smart ass. I like this gun arm here, because it's not a hand holding a gun, but it still has kind of the same profile of like a dude holding a giant pistol up, just with the way that it's attached kind of far down on the forearm. And yeah, what's he standing on here? He smashed something down into the dirt. Project Dark Fox is gonna pass out. PDF, you have a fantastic night. Thank you for being here, man. And I hope that you are feeling better. Got the camo idea from someone else. He did green with the 2 brown streaks / spots. Yeah, I think that the tan works better, but then I've always liked this sort of Desert Storm style, Cookie Crisp camo. And then a whole bunch of tanks. All about them tonks. With the mobile HQ, it works particularly well across the hull of these. These look quite nice. You know what I'd love to see? Kursala, if you felt like it, if you haven't done it already, would you take a picture of these gents and these gents all arrayed together against like a dark background, like just a sheet of black or gray construction paper kind of bent so that you can put them in front of it? And with these guys arrayed and then the other guys arrayed behind them, I would love to see them all together. I think that would look cool as shit. Love the use of the blue for the little bits of glass and lensing. All in all, very, very nicely done. That's a tank! I'll be damned if those aren't tanks. Very accurate. Yeah, I think the tanks came out lovely, Kursala. Like, I hate to say, like, I think these look better than the mechs, but honestly, the tanks really look quite nice. Particularly with this patterning that you've done. I think maybe you got some more practice and did it a little bit more refined on these. That or them just being big blocks makes it easier. One of the two, either way, really nicely done. Here we have from Steiner Minis. Ooh, this master. It's the Master of Possession, Master of Rituals, one of the two. I think Master of Possession is right. We have 2 separate green glow effects here, and they're both done differently. Now, it's interesting to me, Steiner, that you opted to highlight the tips of the flames rather than highlight the deep parts of the flames, but it gives it this sort of ethereal, otherworldly look. This excites me. This Baphomet staff and the work that you did on here, it looks like the deeper you get into the shadows, you've used some more forest green colors to contrast against these really bright blue greens that you then highlighted with. Love the leather effects. You've been getting better and better at doing these sort of leather cloak effects, but then you've been painting a whole lot of them lately. Really like the look of the bones on the back here. They have kind of a rotted look to them, and they're in a very similar tone to the leather coat area here, but they still stand apart. They're well lined without seeming like there's a black line between them. The blue fur also really helps to break up all the rest of the warm colors. I mean, look at how red this guy is overall. Fantastic work highlighting the general sculliness of the face as well, but this Baphomet is by far my favorite thing about this piece. This is haunting. And I'm into it, baby. I am into it. Very nicely done, Steiner Miniatures. And then, of course, we are working on a little bit of Morty, it looks like, going with that Dance Club Death Guard look. For when you just gotta rave, but you can't shake that cold. Lovely use of color and edge highlights all through here. Look at the transitions from orange into blue on such a small piece of plastic. Very, very smooth. Lovely work and nicely done, Steiner. And here we have Greg the Salt Miner with a sneak peek for February's challenge. I present Sweet Brush of Mine by Brushes and Paint. Jesus Christ. It's like getting married opens some kind of floodgate for Greg to become even stranger than he already was. And let me tell you, we used to hang out all the time. He's a strange guy. He always has been. And yet somehow, things are getting weirder. You don't know me. That's my purse. You don't know me. Well, it's good to see that you and Lydia are exploring each other's, wants and needs, I suppose. Final filming is tomorrow, and then we will see what February's challenge will be. Well, thank you. Thank you for giving us this little bit of horror today, Greg. Here we have from Sumitha, the era we live in. Not mine, but wanted to share because funny. Nobody's listening to me on this call. Nobody cares what I have to say, because deep down I know that nobody loves me. Oh, fuck, no, I'm just muted. I had this moment twice when we were playing Titanfall the other day, where I thought I was participating in the conversation for like 20 minutes. I thought that I was contributing information, and I kept just thinking, why won't people, like, am I being annoying? Am I saying stupid things? Nobody wants to respond to, like, I thought that last comment was actually kind of funny. No, I was muted for like 20 minutes. And then later that night, I did the same thing. This isn't like a problem I normally have. It happened a lot that one night. Yes, anyway. Epic narrator, what do we got here? Ooh. Yeah. Lovin' these old hammery orcs. This Killa Can back here is the shit. Love the crab claws on it. Those nice, bright, vibrant reds. This is the kind of painting that you usually get out of 40k Epic Narrator, by the way, if you're not following him already. He's been doing some newer stuff lately, but a whole lot of old hammer. These old style of minis that really, really get my motor running. And he does such a good job with the shading to bring out the really cartoony proportions of them. I love this guy here with the chain blade here all spattered in blood and a bunch more blood down beneath him. He's like the commissar of orcs. Phew, this crazy vibrant green here on the Weird Boy staff. And of course he's got the William Wallace paint job going on his face. Bloody Power Fist. Nice texturing too, here on the bolt gun. All in all, good basing on this too. I don't know that I've seen you. Seems like lately you've been doing a little bit more with basing 40k Epic Narrator. I really like the transition of textures and colors, all within the same kind of muted green. But then it kind of helps the more vibrant green of the orc flesh stand out. And of course this crazy wild red. Very, very nicely done, 40k Epic Narrator. Patreon commission, Old Hammer. Yes, more Old Hammer, please. I always love seeing him work on some Old Hammer. Here we have from Iberben, to make me feel like a complete asshole as usual. Okay. I had no intention of doing this one brush challenge insanity, but with a bunch of primed minis on the table and a lot of free time today, I decided, why not start it on the last day and see if I can barely submit it under the deadline? Y'all just trying to make me feel self-conscious because I'm like, I worked on this all month. I mean, to be fair, I worked on it a few hours at a time on stream, but it seems like most of you were like, hey, I'll do it the day before. Oh, come on. So here's my second painted mech. A griffin painted in my Nebula-esque theme with an Army Painter Wargamer Regiment brush, which has long been my go-to use and abuse brush. I definitely learned a lot, namely that I prefer to use multiple brushes. This is kind of the lesson of it, to be fair, and that I really love dry brushing. I don't love everything about the end product, but it was an interesting challenge, and I'm glad I went for it side by side at the end with my first, which I think I like a lot more. Two different styles, though. I like them both. Oh, yeah, look, this is terrible. This is terrible, Iberben, and you should stop painting. This looks fucking great. This came out really, really nice, actually, Iberben. Good, solid, deep panel lining. Good gradient and edge highlights. Loving the Starry Night effect that we've got going on here. I'm curious how you did the Starry Night on this one. Did you dot it individually, or did you flip the brush? Very, very curious. Again, the basing stands out because of how good the livery work is. Yeah, this is a good example of why you don't really need complex basing. What you need is basing that contrasts your work really quite well. Loving the gradient on the cockpit as well, using all fairly muted colors but still getting a nice contrast with these nice desaturated gold and yellows in here. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. These look like individual dots. It's too purposeful for a random flick. Ooh-wee. Loving how it changes as you move down across the menu from blue down into a deeper gray and black. Iberben. This is not fair that you don't paint very often, and yet when you do paint, your work comes out so nice. We've got to challenge you to more things, man, because I want to see more mechs done by you. Iberben's work is downright inspirational. Every single part of the mini winds up popping out. Right? Now, you remember when we saw this first mini painted by Iberben. A lot of you were here. And it's lovely. It's lovely. It really is. The Shadowhawk that he did is a lovely paint job. It's inspirational. I love the gradient across it and the Starry Night effect. I'm gonna tell you though, Iberben, I'm gonna disagree with your final assessment. I think that the Griffin looks better. It's chunkier, which I think will actually result in it looking better specifically at average viewing distance, which is something that I put priority on for board gaming minis. He's not there, and then suddenly he shows up right when I say something stupid. Which obviously is super duper rare and not at all common. That arm's length rule though. Yeah, no, I think that this is a good example of like when you zoom it in like up here, I can see how you might tell yourself, I like the smoothness I got over here. I think though when you set it down on the table and you sit back at 3 to 5 feet, you're gonna ultimately like how this one looks better. I think that this is an evolution of what you began here. I think that this work is better than this work. And I want to see what the third mech you paint winds up looking like, Iberben. Yeah. Don't you think, chat? I think he's wrong. I think this Griffin looks better than the Shadowhawk. Fantastically done. Wonderfully done, Iberben, and thank you so much for sharing that with us today. Yes, White Wolf. Probably. Oh, this is... we got some Marmite on toast. This doesn't help your case.
But your camera is not.
This doesn't help your case. Oh yeah, it is. Why is it doing that? Focus on my face. I don't even have autofocus turned on. I don't know why it would have done that. This, holy moly, have some bits. More bits after my AMC stock goes boom tomorrow. Charles hates everything. Welcome in. This doesn't appetize me. I'll be honest with you, this looks like you smeared some shit on some toast. It's just, I don't mean to be crass. I don't mean to be crude, but I will be. It's not appetizing. Maybe if you did this and you were like, don't look at it, just take a bite, I might be like, it's kind of good, but... like, looks like you ruined some delicious bread, Wolfenspawn. Come on, man. But it's not about how it looks. It's about how it tastes. And my limited experience with similar products tells me that I'm not gonna like it. I'll tell you what though, Wolfenspawn, you want to send me a care package of food, and you include some Marmite, and you tell me how to prepare it, I will eat it. I will eat it, and I will give you an honest assessment of my opinion of it. I'm not gonna say I'll be excited about that particular part of it, but I will do it. Just include, please, for the love of God, include some form of sour candy that I can't get in the States, if that's what we're doing. Because, man, I love me some sour candies. Y'all got sour candies down there? I hope you do. Probably not wrong about that. Never use those techniques if not forced by the single brush challenge, so there's that. That is precisely the point. This is precisely the goal of the single brush challenge, is to force you into doing some things that you haven't necessarily done before and thus expand your toolbox for painting. And I am so glad that you did it, Iberben, because you pushed yourself and you did a better job than you did last time. Absolutely did. More contrast, more visually interesting. Yeah, exactly. Walter's workshop is gonna head to bed. Gotta get to work in the morning. Walter, never apologize. Guys, stop apologizing. Like, I can't make it to the end of the stream. The fact that you're here at all is fucking amazing. Walter, thank you for being here, man. It is always a pleasure to see you in chat. I hope to see you in your next stream, man. You sleep well. And guys, if you're not following Walter's workshop and you're in this stream, take a moment and go give him a follow. Pop into his next stream. Seriously. Like, I know I sit here and I give him shit and we josh and we joke back and forth, but this fucking dude, like one of the best... Ooh, you put chips in it. Sorry, I got distracted. Yeah, follow Walter's workshop. That's compelling. Just because I like chips. All right. If it's in the box, give me some preparation instructions. I'll try it out. I'm telling you. Here we have from Sumatha, Operation Lancaster preview featuring art by Matt Plagg. Yeah, that's his name, Matt Plagg. One of the things that have not changed throughout the history of warfare is logistics. A big chunk of effort put into Operation Lancaster project has been sorting out the logistics of the various groups involved in the events that took place during Operation Lancaster itself. More than 30 pages of the project are pure, raw tables of organization and equipment, making sure that everything makes sense within the confines of the transportation limitations of the 31st century. Here's the section image for that very part of the project. Features a Quen light omni-mech in the foreground in a weapons configuration I actually had to add because of this art piece, amusingly enough, and a Sumatha assault omni-mech in the back left. Yeah, those words go together. And a Nugan assault omni-mech on the right. Look at them all going together. I love Matt's technical drawings of like the insides of dropships and work bays and whatnot. And yeah, we got the Sumatha coming together back here. Now this chick over here is like, that's not it. Pass me the hydro spanner. Homeboy pilot here who's like, yeah, it's a little sticky. It's a little sticky in the left elbow. You're gonna want to work that one out. You're gonna eat that on stream, right? Guys, we're not. I don't want to do eating streams. I know it's like a thing, but like I get self-conscious when I've had trouble the few times I've had to like I eat like a nut bar on stream and ate like an apple on stream, and I was just shoving it in my face as fast as I could. I'm not pretty. I'm not pretty when I eat. I'm not ready for my close-up. Plagg has such a good sense of space and of depth. This slightly blurred piece of equipment close to the camera here, and then we have that same piece of equipment over here, but it's more in focus as it moves back, and even more in focus as we are, our depth increases all the way to the back. Very, very cleverly done. Well, thank you for sharing that with us today, Sumatha. Here we have from Soda Addict, practicing highlighting on this Raven Guard, going for the blue I see a lot of people doing right now for Raven Guard. Looking at it now, it's reading too much as gray. Might be a camera thing, so taking pictures is tricky. It does read quite gray. But that may be more of a white balance thing, considering you're definitely going for a blue-gray. I would say, first of all, the edge highlighting is looking very nice. Secondly, I would say, go further than you think you need to. You can always dial it back. Go bluer, particularly if you don't feel like it's reading as blue enough. Go bluer. I'd like to stress to people that Most of the time you see these minis, they're going to be 3 to 5 feet away. Most of the time. When you're playing the games is what I'm talking about, not when you're taking pictures of them. And any effect that you want to come across needs to be very, very intense to read at that distance. So my advice, Soda Addict, is to go past the point that you think you need to. The black armor reading is gray. The blue highlight is specifically a blue-gray, so I'm okay if the highlight is grayish. Yeah, no, okay, I see what you mean here. And it is, but that may in fact be a lighting issue. It's very, very difficult to get a deep matte black. What you wind up having to do is this, more of a photography issue. You want to drop your ISO and mess with your aperture values to get black to read really, really as black. Blue highlight is specifically a blue-gray, so I'm okay if the highlight is grayish. Well, sounds like you know what you're doing. Oh yeah, actually this looks... The edge highlighting is actually coming together really nicely, Soda Addict. Would you do me a favor? Would you post a couple of pictures of what you're talking... I haven't seen any Raven Guard people have posted lately, but I know how trends go, particularly in 40K. So if you would do me a favor and post up some examples of what you mean by what people are doing lately with Raven Guard, just so I can get an idea of what you're shooting for, and then pop some of these pictures into the Work in Progress channel, I'd very much like to see what they're doing and then see what you're doing and kind of compare it. Yeah, please do, Soda Addict. And that will bring us to the end of the storm. Oh, not quite, not quite. Oh, Average Painter slipped one in. Average Painter slipped one in when Project Dark Fox wasn't looking. I'm going to show it anyway. Hey, guys. The mods aren't here. Let's break the rules. They make the rules, right? They're the ones who enforce them? Am I the man here? I'm not sure how that works. We got here, though. We got some Old West minis that Average Painter fixed up. Well, don't draw his attention. God. Sumatha. Narc. Jeez. Oh, I don't care. He slipped it in, and we're at the end of the report. Anyway. Some Old West minis. Well, we got old Gus Chiggins, the prospector, over here. And also the same guy on a horse. And we got, I'm pretty sure this guy lives up the road from me. This fellow here. I like the little color lining that we've done on the poncho here to give it some interest. These are some fun minis. These look like some older metal cast minis. I'd be curious where you got these from, Amateur. Or Amateur. I was thinking Amateur Paint Hour. I'm sorry, Average Painter. You can see how I would mix those two names up. You can see how that would happen. Sumatha, did it freeze for you? I'm sorry to hear that. Buffering. Twitch, so honestly, I'm amazed that the stream has been as smooth as it is. Twitch has been fucked up for the last few days, you guys. Fucked up. It has been hard to watch some streams entirely. So, I'm glad that it lasted as long as it did, I suppose. Either way, that's going to bring us to the end of the stream and thus, or rather to the end of the storm report. I suppose that's the order it goes, and thus, to the end of the stream. I didn't update. I did not update my banner, but that's okay because it tells us what we're doing the next 2 times. We're going to be back Tuesday, February the 2nd. We're going to be doing some more painting, probably also Marvel Crisis. I'm probably going to be painting Marvel Crisis Protocol at least through until the break that I'm taking in February, and then we're going to be jumping back into some more Battletech painting, and I'm doing that because I'm trying to get my Marvel Crisis Protocol set done in time for something that I'm going to be doing in February. Let's see who is streaming, who is doing what. Innocent Dictator's going. Charles Hates Everything is playing some Hades. Teal's painting. Steiner Miniatures is painting. Yeah, looks like let's raid Teal. What do you say we raid Teal? We could also raid Steiner Miniatures. What's Steiner doing? Hang on, let me see. Oh, he's working on that Morty. You guys, we haven't raided Steiner in a while. We have not raided Steiner in some time. We've raided Teal a few times recently. Let's pop over into Steiner's stream. It looks like the joint is hopping. Guys, if you're not already following Steiner Miniatures, go ahead and stick around for just a few minutes, even if you're going to bed. Give the man a follow. He's a great dude, real friendly, great streamer, a good friend. Steiner or not, you really want to do Teal that much? Yeah, we're gonna raid Steiner. Again, we haven't raided Steiner for like a month. Let's head on over there and see what he is working on. Oh, once again, ladies and gentlemen, locusts and gentlemechs, my sincere thanks to everybody who came out today. Thank you guys, honestly, for the follows, for the incredible outpouring of subs that we got earlier. If Hannah Faith is a real person, thank you for the donations, but I somehow suspect that you still probably aren't. I guess we'll find out. That'll be a fun time, right? Sure, we'll all have fun with that. We are going to be back Tuesday the 2nd. We'll be painting again some Marvel Crisis Protocol. We'll be playing some Cyberpunk Red Thursday, February the 4th, or at least trying to. We'll see how that goes. Big thank you to my mod team as usual. I am going to go get something to eat, ladies and gentlemen, so until next time, keep on painting.